All right, welcome this morning to the 8th meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Senator Buck?
Here.
Senator Dondero Loop?
Here.
Assemblywoman Pilbray Axelrod?
Here.
Assemblywoman Hanson?
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy? Assemblywoman Miller? Assemblywoman Thomas?
Here.
Chair Dennis?
Here, thank you. Please mark Assemblywoman Hardy and Assemblywoman Miller as absent excused. And unfortunately, while we do have alternates this interim, they were unable to attend, but we do have a quorum. Okay, before we begin, I'd like to cover some housekeeping, just a reminder on electronic devices to silence them, and make sure you identify yourself when you speak. And I'll remind you if you forget, but even when if you're giving comment and then somebody else speaks and then you speak again, you have to identify yourself each time. It just makes it so much easier for our folks to do the minutes. And then if you come up, you have to turn the microphone on and off as you turn it on to speak, and then turn it off when you're done speaking. And we do have a sign-in table, and materials are here, both here and in Carson City, as well as they're available on our website. And anyone wishing to receive our agendas, minutes, can sign up on the Nevada Legislature's website. Also, the Zoom chat feature that we use just for our folks, is for technical assistance from our broadcast. So, and then I just want to let you know that we're going to take a 30-minute break for lunch later this morning. But with that, we're going to start first with item agenda number 2, which is public comment. And public comment may be provided in several ways, which are all listed on the agenda, which include in-person, calling in, emailing, mail. You can mail written comments or fax them. And the info for that is all available on our website. And public comment. Okay. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and an additional opportunity to make public comment will be available at the end of the meeting. And our broadcast production service staff is going to interact with those making remote public comment to make sure we can get you on and hear you. And so with that, I'm going to begin with those wishing to make public comment first here in Las Vegas. Anyone wishing to give public comment, if you'll come forward. And there's 2 seats there, so you can have, if you got more than one, go ahead and come up. All right. So welcome to the Interim Committee on Education.
It's good when your microphone is on.
Right.
And to say hello, and the topics that you are covering today, while there's other institutions that are connected with them, these are all things that are at the heart of UNLV. That includes workforce, minority serving and Hispanic serving institutions, as well as name, image, likeness, which is a very important topic that I'll be very curious to see what you all come about to talk about what's appropriate for our state. It is a national issue, and I can tell you from my service with the Mountain West Athletic Conference that it's something that we understand that each state is going to be slightly different. And so what we do here, I think will be good for us, but it'll also be a model that others will likely try to copy. So I'll be very interested to see your deliberations with that. Also just want to extend and say, for some of you all, I haven't met you before. I'm surprised because my person, Sabra Newby, introduces me to everyone. But if I haven't had a chance to meet you, I look forward to meeting you in the future. Thank you very much.
So that was President Keith Whitfield. At the beginning, your mic wasn't on, so I'm just doing that so that make sure that we get that on the record. So thank you so much, President, for being here with us. And I think that's critical that all of our members have an opportunity to meet all the leaders in all our different institutions and in K-12. So yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Cisco Aguilar, Blueprint Sports, 1120 North Town Center. Good morning, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. My name is Cisco Aguilar, and I'm the founder of Nevada-based name, image, and likeness sports marketing technology company, Blueprint Sports. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Blueprint Sports has two models. First, Blueprint Sports is a marketplace that allows student athletes of any sport to engage in marketing opportunities, such as youth sports, coaching, public appearance, and the chance to engage with brands, local companies, supporters, and alumni for commercial opportunities. This model gives student athletes the ability to build their own brands. The second, and one of the ones that has become the most popular recently, is we power fan and alumni collectives around the communities and student athletes at particular universities. We have seen this growth and popularity across the country. As you may know, my co-founder and partner, Rob Sine of Blueprint Sports, presented these models to the NIL committee on April 28th. Since then, we have communicated with Chair Miller regarding the committee's findings, its legislative recommendations, and our ideas to further enhance the NIL marketplace. To ensure the best interests of Nevada student athletes and its universities remain top of mind. We look forward to continuing this conversation with interested parties and decision makers to ensure clarifying language is included in this committee's final bill draft request for the 82nd Nevada legislative session. We believe Blueprint Sports and the state of Nevada has a unique opportunity to become the gold standard of NIL collectives and marketplaces throughout the United States. But we first must guarantee industry leading standards comply with NCAA and other state regulations. It is our mission to create NIL opportunities that exclusively benefit student athletes, fans, and businesses of a university's community, especially here home in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, my name is Brenda Pearson, and I represent the Clark County Education Association. This committee is well aware of the educational inequities in our state's education system. But I would like to orient the committee's focus into research CCEA has been conducting related to the recent academic outcomes of our state and propose a plan that can serve as a key piece of a wider solution to battling our state's education challenges. After analyzing standardized test scores and graduating GPAs in the past few academic years, CCEA has discovered that opportunity in our public high schools, specifically in Clark County School District, has been largely reserved for students of two ethnicity groups, white and API students. All other ethnicity groups, on average, fall far below the average ELA and STEM proficiency levels of our schools, jeopardizing academic and career pathways for many of our racially diverse students and their communities. It has become increasingly aware that opportunity in our public schools is largely segregated among racial and socioeconomic issues. Strategically expanding Nevada's dual credit program can increase the number of low-income, ethnically diverse students who attend college upon graduation, provide career and technical training pathways to high-paying industry jobs, and provide a wealth of academic and career opportunities to Title I schools, resulting in a significant return on investment for all community stakeholders. In many ways and for many reasons, discriminatory allocations of success and opportunity in our public schools have mired the state of education in Nevada, and each day we wait to act, inequity gaps in our schools grow wider and wider. Dual credit opportunities allow students to build upon their successes and envision a future. CCA's research has produced some solutions to address barriers that exist in Nevada's dual credit program. We would like to work with legislators prior to the legislative session, and we will be reaching out to interested parties. As the 2023 legislative session approaches, CCA urges our legislators to strategically and purposefully expand Nevada's dual credit program. CCA appreciates the work and dedication of this committee, and we stand ready to assist in every way possible to ensure that Nevada's workforce is ready for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else here in Las Vegas? I don't see anyone coming forward. Let's go to Carson City. Anybody in Carson City wishing to give public comment?
Good morning.
Go ahead.
For the record, my name is Hava Ahmed, H-A-W-A-H-A-H-M-A-D, and I represent the Clark County Education Association. CCEA bargains for over 18,000 licensed educators in the Clark County School District and is the largest independent teachers union in the state and the country. As we approach the 82nd legislative session, today's updates and recommendations will shape the future of education in Nevada. It is not a secret that CCEA is committed to aligning the K-12 education delivery system with our current and future industry needs. As such, CCEA is in full support of the Workforce Incentive Grant Pilot Program, especially the aspects of the program that will open the doors to teacher recruitment. Today's presentation from the Commission on School Funding will provide recommendations for changes to the pupil-centered funding plan. However, as we discuss treatment of auxiliary services and transportation for charter schools and university schools for the profoundly gifted pupils, we must be cognizant of how much we have in our revenue budget to spend and where we can realistically look to find more revenue to strategically invest in education. CCEA believes that our top priority must be funding the base of the per-pupil ratio, first to the national average, then to optimal funding, fully funding our weights, and ensuring that the services attached to those weights are provided. CCEA also believes that the Commission's next meeting, where the Nevada Cost of Education Index will be further discussed, is an important change that must be considered to align our salary and wages with available occupations per region. It must be noted that every change to the PCFP will come with a price tag, so we must ensure that every investment is tied to substantive, evidence-based increases in student proficiency. Ultimately, the Commission on School Funding will be making critical recommendations to the governor and to legislators on sources of funding for K-12 education. In CCEA's opinion, this will be the most important issue of the 2023 legislative session. Legislators who advocate for funding, particularly in an election year, should lead and support the Commission on School Funding's recommendations. After all, they're only doing what they were charged to do from SB 543. Of course, as always, CCEA thanks this committee and all of the hard work you've put in during the interim and during the legislative sessions, and we stand ready to support you as we move forward to make sure that our students are prepared to bring our state forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in Carson City wishing to give a comment? Okay, let's go online. PPS do we have anyone online wishing to give public comment?
To participate in public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello, can we hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. For the record, my name is Kalen Evans, and I am the new president of the Washoe Education Association, representing over 4,000 certified professionals in Washoe County. I'm calling in specifically to address the current metrics being used to determine the cost of education index. Using the current model, it states that Washoe County has the lowest cost of living in the state. None of us have to be economists or mathematicians to clearly understand that coming to that determination is false, and the metric currently being used is extremely flawed. The biggest indicator in determining cost of living is housing prices, and in Washoe County, the current median housing price is approximately $600,000. That's $600,000 for a single-family, 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. We can drive 30 minutes east, and that same home is more than 30% less. You can drive another hour east, and that same home is nearly half the price. In searching other factors across the state, such as food and fuel prices, nowhere in the state is Washoe County the least expensive. Even your constituents who live in different districts across the state know that the cost of living is not the lowest in Washoe County, and that's why they commute into Washoe County from neighboring counties for work. They do that because they can't afford to live here. Trust me, I wish the current index was correct and that Washoe County was the cheapest place to live, because then it wouldn't be so insanely expensive to own a home and live in this community, but it's not. So how are we even considering using a current methodology that we are when determining the cost of education index? It's clearly not accurate, and if we all put aside self-interest, we can agree that we need to use a different set of data when making this determination. The purpose of this index is to provide fair, objective, and equitable funding to school districts, but that is not what's happening. We understand that we're all fighting over the same small pie, and ultimately, we have to address the drastic lack of educational funding across the state. But making sure that we have an equitable method of distributing these funds should also be a top priority to all of us because it's the right thing to do. Using the DETR data to determine the cost of education index is fair and objective, and at the end of the day, that is what's most important. Regardless of where Washoe and other districts rank when using that data, at least we can all know that it's an accurate representation of the cost of living in those areas. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
To participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working, but there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll go to agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes for the meeting on May 3rd and May 18th. Before we go to a motion here, there was a couple changes that mostly just little minor things, but I want to make sure just to be totally clear and transparent. I'm going to have staff just talk about those changes that were made to the original ones, and the new ones have been uploaded, so you have access to those. So I'm going to have Ms. Sturm, if she would address those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. There were 3 very minor changes that were made, and it is now reflected in the minutes that are posted online. The first was a name correction to Nikki Haig, who presented during public comment. On page 47, we also updated a hyphen between Senator Don Daraloop's name. And lastly, there was an extra space on one of the pages on page 88 that we just updated. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the minutes or any additional additions or corrections? If not, I will take a motion.
So moved.
So we have a motion from Vice Chair Bill Axelrod and a second. From Senator Don Daraloop. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, thank you. The minutes of May 3rd and May 18th are approved. We'll now go to item agenda number 4, presentation on the actions, recommendations of the committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of the name, image, and likeness of a student. And we're going to have staff that's going to do the presentation, so we'll give her just a second to get set up.
Good morning, committee members. I am Alex Drozdoff, Senior Policy Analyst with LCB's Research Division for the record, and I am joined by my colleague Jen Sturm in Las Vegas. As nonpartisan staff, we do not advocate for or against any measure. Also joining us on Zoom is Assemblyman Cameron C.H. Miller, Chair of the Committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of the name, image, and likeness of a student athlete. Staff will begin this presentation with a discussion of the work of the Student Athlete Committee. We will briefly detail information about the committee, including its inception and background, members, and meetings. We will then discuss the committee's final recommendations. Chairman Miller will also be available to help answer any questions you may have. Staff has also submitted a draft report of the Student Athlete Committee's activities to Nellis under this agenda item. The draft report provides a summary of this presentation. Assembly Bill 254 of the 2021 legislative session created the committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of the name, image, and likeness of a student athlete. The committee was tasked with studying and examining existing bylaws of state collegiate athletic associations and national collegiate athletic associations, and state and federal laws relating to compensating a student athlete for the use of the name, image, and likeness of the student athlete. The Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education must submit a report of the results of the study, including any recommendations for legislation, to the Director of the Legislative Council Bureau for transmission to the 2023 session of the Nevada Legislature. As you will recall, at its January 20th meeting earlier this year, the committee appointed the members and designated the chair and vice chair of the Student Athlete Committee. The members consisted of representatives of the Nevada System of Higher Education, several representatives of individual Enchi institutions, including student athletes, and Assemblyman Miller, who served as chair, and Senator Lang, who served as the vice chair. The specific members are listed on the first page of the exhibit. During its 4 meetings this interim, the committee heard from a variety of stakeholders, both local and national, about name, image, and likeness, or NIL, issues. At its final meeting, the committee discussed the results of the study, including recommendations to bring forward to the Committee on Education for its review. At its first meeting in March, the Student Athlete Committee heard from 2 former students of the Boyd School of Law, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, who participated in a legislation-based competition during their first year of law school that ultimately resulted in the bill that created the Student Athlete Committee, Assembly Bill 254 of the 2021 session. The presentation focused on the exigence of the bill and the student athlete perspective. The National Conference of State Legislatures provided an overview of the national landscape related to the compensation and NIL of student athletes, including recent legislation and judicial action. Representatives of the National Collegiate Athletic Association, or NCAA, and the National Junior College Athletic Association, or NJCAA, presented to the committee concerning recent NIL policies and related oversight and compliance from their perspective. At its April meeting, the committee heard from UNLV representatives and their third-party NIL partner, No Cap Sports, a representative from the NJCAA who discussed junior college actions, and a representative from Blueprint Sports who discussed marketing and business topics in NIL. These presenters helped to provide more local context in this NIL conversation and helped to describe the business aspects of NIL deals. At its May meeting, the committee heard from a labor and employment relations law professor who spoke to state NIL laws on a national scale. And members also heard from UNR representatives and their third-party NIL partner, Influencer, along with several college athletes and coaches who have or are involved with NIL deals. These presenters also helped to provide local institutional context in concert with UNLV's April presentation. Additionally, they helped to provide an overview of the legal policies and challenges in the NIL space and provide the perspectives of those actually involved in these deals. At the Student Athlete Committee's final meeting in June, it held its work session. We will now discuss the recommendations that emerged from this work session, including recommendations that the committee would like to put forth to the Committee on Education for its consideration. The committee voted unanimously to approve 5 recommendations. Of those, 3 of the recommendations are contingent upon Committee of Education action and approval. You will note that beginning on page 3 of the draft report exhibit, additional context for these recommendations is provided. This context includes relevant information presented to the Student Athlete Committee. First, there were 2 recommendations that the committee voted to take its own action on. The first recommendation deals with supporting the development of a national NIL policy. Specifically, the committee voted to send a letter to Nevada's congressional delegation on behalf of the Student Athlete Committee, urging the development of a national uniform policy for NIL. This letter encourages Nevada's congressional delegation to create and support a federal policy that outlines specific parameters for NIL deals and policies across all states, including the role individual institutions play in monitoring and supporting NIL policies. Further, the letter will include that this national policy might also develop a plan for international students to participate in NIL by addressing visa complications, such as the work restrictions in place for F1 visa status. The committee's second recommendation focused on publishing a list of best practices based on testimony provided by UNR and UNLV. Specifically, the committee voted to include a list of best practices for NIL in the committee's final report. This list includes increased awareness and communication of state and federal NIL parameters for on-campus NIL practitioners, including student athletes, coaches, and institutional personnel. Student athletes may not attend NIL engagements in lieu of academic or athletic activities. Student athletes must wear and use institutionally issued gear and equipment during athletic activities. Use of an institution's logos, marks, or facilities for NIL engagements must be improved in writing by an institution. NIL activities must be consistent with institutional and Enchi policies, the Student Athlete Handbook, local, state, or federal law, and existing National Collegiate Athletic Association regulations, and further develop NIL educational supports for student athletes in areas including, but not limited to, financial implications, tax education, and scholarship impacts. With that, I will turn things over to Jen Sturm in Las Vegas to discuss the remainder of the recommendations.
Thank you, Alex. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. So the final three recommendations that the committee put forth are contingent upon this committee's, the Committee on Education's action and approval. And again, the exhibit we posted on Nellis has additional context attached to each recommendation. So the first recommendation here, the committee voted to recommend that the Committee on Education take action regarding junior college involvement in name, image, and likeness, or NIL. The committee heard testimony about the specific challenges that junior colleges experience in navigating the NIL space, including transfer policies for athletes moving between 2- and 4-year colleges and universities. Specifically, the committee voted to include in the Student Athlete Committee's final report the recommendation to the Committee on Education to send a letter to an entity deemed appropriate by the Committee on Education, urging that the entity to conduct a study concerning name, image, and likeness policies and challenges specific to junior colleges. Specifically, this study would investigate NIL issues relating, but not limited to, resources and personnel at junior colleges and funding and opportunities for NIL deals for junior college student athletes. As testimony indicated, that student athlete transfer policies, especially concerning NIL, can be contradictory and difficult between junior colleges and other institutions. The study would also investigate concerns and challenges with student athlete transfers between 2- and 4-year colleges and universities. If such a study is conducted, the entity conducting the study may submit a report of the results of the study, including any recommendations for legislation, to the Committee on Education on or before June 30th of 2024. So that'd be the next interim. Additionally, the committee voted to recommend that the Committee on Education take action regarding Nevada's gaming industry and its potential involvement in NIL deals. So specifically, on page 5 of the exhibit, the committee voted to include in the Student Athlete Committee's final report the recommendation to the Committee on Education to send a letter to the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission on behalf of the Committee on Education, urging the board or commission to conduct a study concerning NIL implications for the gaming industry in Nevada. Specifically, this study may investigate what, if any, possibilities exist for NIL deals between student athletes and the gaming industry. The study may also investigate the possibility of deals with student athletes as brand agents, among other deals, and the implications of such deals. If such a study is conducted, the board or commission may submit a report of the results of the study, including any recommendations for legislation, to the Committee on Education on or before June 30th of 2024. Again, that would be next interim. The committee's final recommendation involved NIL deal disclosures and NIL entity registrations. Specifically, the committee voted to propose legislation to amend Nevada Revised Statutes 398.330 regarding student-athlete disclosures to instead require any entity which engages in NIL deals that provide compensation in any form to one or more student-athletes with an aggregate value equal to or greater than $10,000 or a different amount as determined by this committee, to be responsible for disclosing those deals to the student-athletes' institutions. The Committee on Education would determine the appropriate method to gather information related to NIL deals into one centralized place. Additionally, the proposed legislation would clarify that NRS 398.330 does not require the Nevada System of Higher Education to approve these deals. Further, require any entity who facilitates NIL deals, including but not limited to third-party agents such as collectives, boosters, and certain vendors to register with the state through the Office of the Secretary of State. Collectives are required to disclose all participating parties as well as sources and recipients of the collective's funds. Testimony indicated that the new reporting obligations are unenforceable and there are no consequences for failure to report disclosures. And so with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation. And unless Chair Miller has any additional comments, we're happy to take questions at this time.
Okay, and we have Chair Miller online. Chair, do you have any additional comments or even just commentary on how the process went and any additional comments you might want to share?
Assemblyman C.H. Miller for the record. Thank you, Chair. I just would like to thank the staff for doing a great job through the interim in helping me to chair my first time out the gate. I think things went fairly smoothly and we were able to get some good information done, and as well as thank the committee members that were able and available to commit their time to being a part of the committee. At the end of the day, we're still so early in how this is going to develop, and we wanted to make sure that we were starting to put some framework into place, but also not being too restrictive as to not allow our institutions to be competitive. But there are still some areas that we need to further study, and some of that is going to come out over the next couple of years as we really see how this, falls into place and how things play out. So outside of great gratitude for the committee members and the staff, that would conclude any remarks that I have, and I'm available for questions. One more thing, Blueprint Sports, they did reach out to me, and I believe Mr. Cisco called in to public comment. They did reach out to me regarding some new language. It was after we had our final committee meeting, and so that's why we weren't able to discuss it as a committee, whether it should be a recommendation. But I think that there's some new legislation in Tennessee that we may want to focus on and consider if we do in fact move forward with a BDR in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a real quick follow-up on that. So would you envision that we would have a discussion about that additional language as a committee if we were making recommendations for bills for next session?
Assemblyman C.H. Miller for the record. Yes, if you have discussions on whether or not to move the bill that we suggested or a bill in this area forward, I would definitely suggest you consider having discussions on that language.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Any additional questions from the members? I'm not hearing any. Pretty clear what.
I'm sorry, Chair Dennis. I should have spoke up sooner. It's Assemblywoman Hanson.
Go ahead.
I just have a couple of quick questions, more just clarification. Thank you for the presentation, and it's good to see you, Assemblyman Miller. I had just a question on the study concerning the recommendation that pertains more to the Nevada Legislature, and that we would have a letter to the Gaming Commission. I don't have a problem with that. Just wondering what scenarios I know we're trying to ask the Gaming Commission if there'd be any issues, but just wondering what, I didn't see any connection, so I'm very ignorant in these matters. So was curious what we are trying to avoid when we're dealing with NIL and maybe the Gaming Commission. And then I have one other quick question.
Okay, thank you. Assemblyman C.H. Miller, it is also good to see you. Assemblywoman Hanson. The thought there is with collectives and boosters coming together, a lot of times that is maybe several businesses within a community or whatnot. And they may want to have student athletes come to certain events or participate in certain things. And so what we wanted to do is see how that intersects with the gaming community. You know, a casino property may want to host an event with, you know, student athletes. And we just want to know if they had any thoughts on, or if they had considered what that type of interaction would look like. Considering we're, you know, a unique state in that we have the majority of gaming in the country, we just want to be forward thinking on that.
Thank you for that. And to follow up on the third recommendation regarding an amendment to NRS 398.330, I just looked it up. Is the only difference that we're looking is we're going to have an actual amount declared, like if it's under 10,000, we're not necessarily concerned about disclosure from the athlete, if I was reading that right.
Assemblyman C.H. Miller, for the record. So yes, to some degree. So what we're looking at in the testimony that we received from our student athletes, we discovered that a lot of these deals that are happening right now in Nevada are for product. So they may be getting, you know, clothes or tennis shoes or something like that. The requirement to disclose each and every one of those deals right now falls on the student to be responsible for that. It's not really happening. So a couple of things we thought to do was, one, every single deal that happens is not, we didn't think was worthy of disclosure. So we wanted to kind of raise the standard on what that would look like, as well as change the reporting requirement from the student athlete to the institution or to the third party entity that is actually conducting the deal with the student athlete. And then putting in a dollar amount that is not requiring so many minor deals being, you know, reported.
Thank you so much for the clarifications, and thank you for the work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We have a question from Assemblyman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you, Assemblyman Miller, for your work on this. And it's a great presentation, but I just have to go back to recommendation number 4. I'm kind of confused with the Nevada Gaming Commission being involved. I thought student athletes have to follow NCAA rules. So can you explain that to me a little bit?
Absolutely. Thank you, Assemblyman C.H. Miller, for the record. I will explain it the best that I can. I am not an expert in NCAA rules. However, what we are doing is trying to be proactive in if there is an intersection where student athletes can receive NIL deals from casino properties or from gaming institutions, we want to know what that could look like, or if that is even possible, and if that if that's a sector that is completely excluded. To my understanding, NCAA has not given any guidance on NIL deals at this point since it's become available, you know, across the country. So that is just an area that we foresee being a problem. So it was a recommendation to invite them or to suggest that they also look at it and kind of be proactive in considering what that could look like from the gaming perspective.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Assemblyman C.H. Miller, I'll add to that we did reach out for presentation on that, but it was still so early for them that they had not begun to gather or information, or they weren't prepared to present anything to our committee.
Thank you. And follow-up, Chair, please.
Yes, go ahead.
So with that said, would it be advantageous for us to include NCAA? Because you don't want them to come back later and, want to have a discussion after we've done this work.
Assemblyman C.H. Miller, for the record. So this is simply a recommendation to send a letter, urging them to do it. So it may or may not be necessary by the time that happens. But so far, what our testimony from all of the experts throughout the committee have seen is that NCAA is not, they're not yet ready to move in bringing parameters or structure to what NIL deals look like on a national level. That's one of the reasons why we have tried to be as broad and as possible, but also trying to provide some framework as well as gathering additional information that can be useful if and when we do need to come back. We also have the recommendation for a study to be conducted with the junior colleges, because we discovered through the testimony that there may be some issues with transfer, and NIL deals affect junior college athletes differently than at universities. So there's still a lot of information to be gathered as we work through building the right policies to protect our students and our institutions in this area.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Appreciate the explanation. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. So as you can tell, there's some recommendations that are going to come forward that will, at our next meeting, when we're going to talk about all this stuff of things that we can do. Yes, Ms. Sturm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think our legal counsel, Mr. Killian, can maybe help clarify too, if need be, if you wanted additional thoughts.
Yeah, Mr. Killian, would you like to chime in on that last question? If you, maybe offer some clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So just as a big picture clarification, while the NCAA may have rules relating to student athletes and involvement in gaming institutions, the issue is that under state law, specifically NRS 398-300, institutions of higher education in this state are prohibited from enforcing NCAA rules that prevent a student athlete from being able to use their name, image, or likeness and receive compensation for that. So even if there were an NCAA rule that prohibited a student athlete from entering into a branding deal with a gambling establishment, for example, state law would prevail over that NCAA rule and allow that kind of involvement to happen. NRS 398-300 allows an institution to adopt a policy that imposes reasonable restrictions on student athletes entering into those kinds of contracts. So I think that's the core of this question and the origin of this recommendation from the NIL committee to ask the Gaming Commission and Gaming Control Board to study this issue. Is there's not a lot of understanding yet as to whether that would be a reasonable restriction or not, and there hasn't been movement by the NCAA to determine whether that would be something that would violate their rules. But even if the NCAA did find that that violated their rules, state law would prevail in this instance and allow student athletes to still enter into those kinds of contracts regardless of the NCAA rules. So if it was the will of this committee or the legislature to prohibit those kinds of deals, some sort of statutory amendment would be necessary to regulate student athletes entering into those kinds of contracts with gaming institutions.
Okay, thank you. Senator Dondero-Loop.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. My question is, when it comes to gaming, is there any restrictions regarding age? Since our gaming establishments are only open to 21 and over, would that make any difference with a student athlete who may be 18?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So there is no restriction regarding NIL contracts with gaming institutions or regarding NIL contracts in general based on age. NRS 398-300 would allow any student athlete enrolled in a college or university, regardless of their age, to enter into NIL deals. Of course, any other provisions of state law regarding age and entering gaming establishments would have to be complied with. So it may be the case that the student athlete couldn't actually enter a casino to film an advertisement for the casino, but they would still be allowed to contract with the casino and film an advertisement in some place that they are legally allowed to be.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from any of the members? I am not hearing any or seeing any. Chair Miller, thank you so much for all the work you guys have done there, and makes it definitely much easier for us when we get ready to make some decisions that you guys have done the hard work. So thank you very much for all that work, and thankful to staff. As you mentioned, they do an amazing job. So thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close this item on the agenda, and we will move to our next item, which is item number 5, summary of topics covered by the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education during the 2021 interim. And just as a precursor to this, I asked staff to put together because at our next meeting, we are going to talk about any recommendations that this committee might wish to make to the legislature or to, even as we just saw now, letters to other entities. And to give you a heads up so that you could be thinking about it, so that when we actually talk about it at our next meeting, it's just kind of a refresher. So, because we've talked about a lot of things during the last, 8 meetings. And so I want to make sure that it's just kind of brought back top of mind for you. So with that, I'm going to ask, I don't know who's going to start it off. Is it Ms. Sturm? Ms. Drozdoff in Carson City is going to start off, and so we'll go to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, good morning, committee members. I'm Alex Drozdoff for the record, and I'm joined again by my colleague, Jen Sturm, in Las Vegas. During this interim, the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education has heard presentations on multiple items from various stakeholders. Chair Dennis, as he just mentioned, asked staff to present a review of the topics that the Committee on Education has covered thus far in anticipation of the Committee on Education's final activities and work session. At the Committee on Education's first meeting in January, it heard presentations from staff on the Committee on Education's duties and responsibilities, reports relevant to the committee, and the status of the committee's recommendations from the previous interim. The committee also heard presentations on the state of education in Nevada from its institutions, including the Department of Education, the State Public Charter School Authority, and the Nevada System of Higher Education. Several representatives of Nevada school districts were also available for comments and questions at that time. Similarly, the committee heard a presentation from the Education Commission of the states regarding the education landscape, but from the national perspective. Furthermore, the committee heard presentations on updates regarding the report on the transition to the pupil-centered funding plan and an overview on the actions of the Commission on School Funding, and it heard from Chair Dennis about upcoming work this interim related to the composition and selection of school boards. Finally, the Committee on Education appointed members to and assigned the chair and vice chair of the committee to conduct an interim study concerning the use of the name, image, and likeness of a student athlete, which was a required committee activity. During the second meeting in February...
Ms. Drozdoff, just hold on one second. Are we going to use this? My question is, we have a PowerPoint on this end. It's just not moving. So I see the one that she's doing up there. I just didn't know if we were going to try to coordinate that. Okay, go ahead. I think we're good now.
Okay, thank you. During the second meeting in February, this is Alex Strasdoff for the record. During the second meeting in February, the committee appointed the members of the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force, which was required by statute. It also heard a presentation from the Clark County Black Caucus and Hazel Health Services on the mental and academic challenges facing Nevada students, including those in the Black community, and it heard a presentation on policy issues related to Hispanic K-12 students from the Lindsay Institute. Representatives of the 8 Enchi institutions presented on current and planned programs and challenges of their institutions. Additionally, the Committee on Education heard from the Brookings Mountain West and the Lindsay Institute on higher education and workforce development and considerations in strengthening innovation ecosystems. Finally, the Committee on Education reviewed the state of early education in Nevada with a presentation from the Children's Advocacy Alliance and discussed the use and functions of educational management organizations and charter management organizations with a presentation from the State Public Charter School Authority. At the committee's third meeting in March, updates on the state of school districts and the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic were presented by several school district superintendents as well as the State Public Charter School Authority. The superintendents and Nevada's Department of Education also presented on chronic absenteeism in schools. Nevada's Department of Education gave a presentation to the Committee on Education on the status of legislation from recent sessions relating to education, and it presented with the Children's Cabinet to offer additional perspectives on the state of early learning and related programs in Nevada. Finally, the Committee on Education heard from communities and schools on the evidence-based model of integrated student supports in certain Title I and high-need schools, and it heard from the Public Education Foundation on its programs and COVID-19 response efforts. At the committee's fourth meeting in April, it heard presentations on apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, and other work-based learning opportunities regarding their programs and challenges from the Department of Business and Industry, Nevada's Department of Education, and district superintendents. The superintendents and NDE also presented on magnet schools and career and technical education programs in Nevada, including expansion efforts and the challenges they face. Those entities, along with the Nevada Immigrant Coalition, also presented on English language learner programs and challenges. Furthermore, Jobs for Nevada's graduates presented on its current programs, and Nevada's Department of Education reviewed the process for approving and revising academic standards in Nevada, which included a discussion on AB 19 of the 2021 legislative session. I will now turn things over to Jen Sturm in Las Vegas to discuss the remaining meetings of the Committee on Education.
Thank you, Alex. Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. So the Committee on Education's May 3rd meeting focused primarily on topics relating to the composition and selection of school boards as required by AB 495 from the 2021 session. The Committee on Education heard a presentation first from staff regarding the history of school boards and recent legislation relating to school boards. Then ECS, Education Commission of the States, provided a look at the national school board governance landscape, which detailed different appointment and governance structures across the states. The committee also heard from the Nevada Association of School Boards regarding additional information on local school boards in the state and recommendations for Nevada's school boards. This meeting also featured an open microphone setting, which allowed for extensive discussion of these topics by the Committee on Education members and members of the public. At the May 18th meeting, this committee heard presentations on pupil and school personnel health and well-being from several district superintendents, Nevada's Department of Education, and the Nevada Association of School Psychologists president. Additionally, a student attending a local high school presented to the committee on mental health and student supports. The Committee on Education also heard presentations from the superintendents and the Department of Education on restorative justice and pupil discipline issues, educational staff recruitment and retention initiatives, and school district performance plans. The Department of Education also provided a review of school safety requirements and initiatives and an overview of Department of Education's boards, commissions, and councils. Furthermore, the Committee on Education heard a presentation on the work of the Leadership Institute in Nevada from the Public Education Foundation, and it heard from Nevada's regional professional development programs on various teacher and administrator professional development programs. Finally, UNLV representatives outlined the successes and challenges of the Nevada Institute on teacher and educator preparation. Of course, today, at our meeting today, the committee heard presentations related to, in the June presentation, there we go. The June's meeting, the committee heard presentations related to the statewide implementation of competency-based education from KnowledgeWorks representatives and from the Churchill County Superintendent Summer Stevens. It heard a presentation on evidence-based evaluation methods to improve student outcomes from the Department of Education and Results for America. And it heard a presentation on early learning program costs and equity updates from the Department of Education and West Ed. The Committee on Education also heard a presentation on class sizes and teacher workforce, both nationally and in Clark County, from Data Insight Partners. Furthermore, as required by statute, the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force Chair outlined the work and recommendations of the task force to the Committee on Education. And finally, the Nevada School Counselor Association presented on the current roles and challenges facing school counselors. And that brings us to today. In addition to the staff presentations, the committee will hear from the Commission on School Funding concerning funding updates and recommendations. It will also hear from the Nevada System of Higher Education representatives in multiple presentations addressing Enchi's dual enrollment data dashboard, the Workforce Incentive Grant Pilot Program, and information on Hispanic serving institutions and minority serving institutions. And finally, the College of Southern Nevada representatives will provide updates on Assembly Bill 319 from the 2021 legislative session and the pilot program at the college offering dual credit course opportunities for certain students. And then looking forward, the Committee on Education will have 3 additional meetings. The first will be on August 9th and will serve as a follow-up to the May 3rd meeting on school board governance issues. The second will be on August 30th and will act as the Committee on Education's work session. And then the third meeting will take place likely in September in order to hear the report required by Assembly Bill 231 of the 2021 session concerning the Holocaust and other genocides. And with that, Mr. Chair, we stand for questions.
Thank you. I will note that on the August 30th, when we do our work session, we're going to be in Carson City with the committee on that day. So, and just as a note for the public, also, it's going to be right now it's scheduled to be a noon start time because of the travel arrangements between here and Carson, and we'll probably go a little later than we normally do because of later start time, but in time to still be able to get back that evening.
And if I may,
yes,
Mr.
go
Chair,
ahead.
Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst, and on that note, too, the August 9th meeting will begin at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Yeah, so in order to accommodate individuals that work during the day, we wanted to be able to get input on the school governance, and so that one's going to start at 6 p.m. in the evening. So, okay, any questions on the report? I just wanted you to have access to at least all the stuff that we've talked about, so as you're thinking about that, so it'll be top of mind for you. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Let me just double check one thing. Okay, great. So we'll close that item on the agenda, and we will move to Item number 6, presentation concerning school funding updates and recommendations. I don't know what I did with that. Yes, welcome, and when you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Guy Hobbs. I'm here representing as the chair of the Commission on School Funding, that commission. With your indulgence, there are 2 or 3 areas that I'd like to cover with you this morning. The first one is just some very brief background on the commission itself with some observations and recommendations, and then I intend to walk through the recommendations made thus far by the Commission on School Funding, and I believe already forwarded to you. And then to wrap things up, go over a slide deck with you to profile the funding issues that we've identified, and then perhaps talk a little bit about where we're heading with regard to our requirement to recommend funding. So the Commission on School Funding has been meeting monthly since October of 2019. We have several members of that commission. One is also with us today, Joyce Woodhouse, sitting in the audience here. Poonam Mather, Dusty Casey, Nancy Brune, Dave Jensen, Paul Johnson, A.J. Fueling, Mark Mathers, Jim McIntosh, Jason Gowdy, and we have past members, Carlene McCormick-Lee and Lisa Morris-Hibbler, that have all contributed to the work effort so far. A number of those names I mentioned to you, if you're not familiar with the individuals, are actually representatives of school districts around the state, many serving in the capacity of chief financial officer and in a couple cases superintendent. So it's a very diverse and experienced group with respect to the tasks that were laid out ahead of us. We appreciate the fact that during the course of our work, we've been ably staffed by members of the staff of Nevada Department of Education, as well as having support from the Attorney General's office to keep us in line. The major tasks, as you will recall from SB 543 for this commission over the past nearly 3 years, has been, number one, the monitoring and implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan. Much of that work was done in the first 2-year period of this commission. Making recommendations for improvements to the pupil-centered funding plan, that's an ongoing endeavor. We did quite a bit of that work during the first couple of years, and of course you have recommendations that have been forwarded to you that are a continuation of that particular charge to this committee. Responding to other tasks as they may be assigned by the legislature, there were a handful of questions that were forwarded to us as a part of a legislative memorandum where the legislature asked for some clarification from the commission, and we provided responses to those. And I think probably the most difficult and important task that we were given in SB 543 as well as in AB 495 was to identify optimal funding for education in the state, and as importantly, to make recommendations regarding how to fund education over the next 10-year period. And that's something that we're actively engaged with at the moment. A couple of things about the commission itself that I think are worth passing along to you. We are not allowed to meet after September of this year, and the commission would not resume meeting and taking up its additional tasks until July following the close of your next legislative session. So there's a period of hiatus for this commission where we're not actually authorized to meet. So by September, we have to have formulated all of our recommendations, and then by the middle of November, forward a final report to you all with regard to the identification of optimal funding and recommendations for how to fund education on a going forward basis. All of that is work that's being done almost as we speak. We have meetings scheduled in August and September. We'll probably end up having a couple of meetings in September to finalize those recommendations. But that period of time where we're not allowed to meet is something that you may want to consider altering in the future if, in fact, you deem the commission something that you wish to continue. I would certainly recommend that because I think the maintenance of the pupil-centered funding plan model and the fact that the commission, and I suppose all of you by extension, have identified a 10-year period to implement funding to improve education would seem to suggest very strongly that work on that funding plan will need to continue for the next several years. I do believe also that the terms for each of the members of the commission expire later this fall. And that would obviously be something that you all would need to also attend to. And one thing that we struggled with a little bit, particularly since your last legislative session, the commission was given a number of very challenging tasks to do that are also very technical tasks. And the commission was not afforded any sort of support financially for doing that work, which again is rather complex and challenging. Fortunately, through NDE, we did find a way to accommodate some of that, and we're able to bring on some subject matter experts, but it wasn't without some challenge to get that part of it done. So again, the commission has been doing this work for almost 3 years, and it'll culminate in a report that will come to you all in November. I think certainly the highlights of that report in November will be the identification of different funding levels, and I intend to go over some of that with you toward the latter part of my presentation, and methods of potentially funding those target funding amounts. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there are any questions about the commission itself or anything that I've said thus far. My intention would next be to, if it meets with your approval, go through some of the recommendations that have been already delivered to you briefly with a bit of background on those.
Let me see if there's any immediate questions. I know Senator Don Darrell-Loop has a question.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hobbs. This is sort of, I'll probably want to ask the same question when you get done presenting, but in recognition of you don't have any more time to have meetings after September, you have no money to do the work, and you have some subject matter experts, but this is broader work than probably maybe was originally thought when they did the legislation. I don't know. And you don't have to, if you want to wait until you're done to answer this, but I'd like to know what things do need to be in place so that we can finish this important work. Because I think the time restraints and the money restraints might have been unintended consequences. And this is really important that we get this right. Due to the fact that if we don't, we need to live with it for what? I mean, we can say 10, but it could be 50. So if you want to answer that now, that would be great. If you want to wait until the very end with some information, that's fine too.
Guy Hobbs with the Commission on School Funding. I wanted to put those issues on the record to make you aware of them. I think we will probably see in the coming months whether or not the Commission's inability to meet from September to July, creates a vacuum that might otherwise be beneficial to you all as you're deliberating some of the items that will be before you. My guess is that it may well, and we would certainly prefer not to put off any of that work if we could, do it sooner than later. With respect to the technical side of it, since we're now really dealing with funding issues, which are sensitive, technical, and complicated, I would imagine that we will be continuing to deal with those for the next couple of interims. Again, this is a 10-year funding period that we were asked to provide some guidance on. There's no expectation that all of it would be resolved in the 23 legislative session, that it would be a multi-session effort to do that. And to the extent that the Commission needs to continue providing that level of support to you, providing some additional resources, maybe commensurate with what was provided for the first 2 years of the life of this Commission, would probably be appropriate. Hopefully that addresses your question, Senator.
Yes, it does. I just, and maybe Mr. Asher is listening in. I don't know if there's any way to fix that no meeting piece in the interim, or if it has to be during session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was anticipating your call. So that meeting date limitation is in NRS. So in order to allow the Commission on School Funding to meet outside of those dates, it would require a BDR with a statutory change to enable them to have meetings outside of those dates.
Okay, perfect. I'm pretty sure I have one in. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have a question from Assemblywoman Hanson in Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Hobbs, for being here. And a thank you to you and the Commission for the hard work you've done. I'm distressed that the Commission is not going to be able to meet after September as well. And so I would like your, just to kind of put you on the spot. I like the idea of kind of an ongoing commission. I know things cost money, and I own a small business and know that sometimes I know how to rob Peter to pay Paul, and so maybe that's what we do here in the legislature sometimes. What would your recommendation be? An ongoing commission, and also you mentioned the member service will expire in the fall, and I've been very impressed with the makeup of the commission. I think it represents, it really covers a lot of the state and the diverse issues that the different counties deal with, as well as Washoe and Clark. With those members as well, and their service being vital, how would you see this moving forward if you had a magic wand and could make an ask? How would you like to see it move forward? And at what periods of time would the members serve? 2 years, 4 years, and the commission in perpetuity, or we revisit it every 2 years or 4 years as we're getting used to this new funding formula?
Mr. Chair, Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding. I think to your question, and I appreciate you asking that, I can give you some off-the-cuff answers, but maybe what I should do is give it a bit of thought and put it in writing to you. It's hard to anticipate what all of the tasks are going to be from year to year. The pupil-centered funding plan obviously is something that we expect to be ongoing. We feel that we need to continue to monitor that for any unintended consequences or any ways in which it might be improved with regard to responsiveness to the needs of the various districts around the state. That I would say is an absolute certainty. It's sometimes easier to have a commission like this than to try to charge staff of NDE who already have, very full workloads with what they do. And fortunately, you have a lot of expertise on this in the form of several chief financial officers and superintendents. There are a few of us that don't directly work for any school districts. Fortunately or unfortunately, my background and the work that I normally do is generally in the area of public finance, taxation, budget issues, and those sorts of things. So it's been a good fit. And the fact that we were able to bring on some help this past April on the technical side, I've been able to work with them rather closely, and I do believe we're still going to be able to meet all of the tasks that you asked us to fulfill. Again, the funding issue in particular is going to be a multi-year, multi-session issue. As you'll see later in the presentation, there are very large numbers that we're dealing with, and that does not come without some challenge. But if it meets with your approval, I would like to be able to put together perhaps a memorandum to you and summarize some of the tasks that I think would justify continuation of the commission and provide some meaningful work that the commission can assist you and the state of Nevada in doing.
Chair, if I could follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
Assemblywoman Hanson. Thank you, Mr. Hobbs, for that. And certainly I appreciate if you wanted to do that, that would be greatly appreciated, putting you on the spot like that, and appreciate your thoughtfulness in wanting to give us the information we need. So yes, look forward to that and hoping that we can find a way to resolve this unintended consequence and move forward. So again, thank you and the commission for all your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go on, I have one question for Mr. Killian. So, and I think he's there. It just doesn't zoom in on him till he starts to speak, I think.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So my question is, I just want to make sure that I clarify the commission itself, because since I had an integral part in creating this, along with Senator Woodhouse at the time when we were doing this, is there any kind of provision in the NRS when we put in the new People-Centered Funding program where we created the commission that it sunsets the commission, or is it just, because I know that there's a limitation on when they can meet, because I think that was more budgetary than anything else, but I don't think that and that's why I want you to clarify for the record whether there is anything in the NRS that sunsets the commissioner, or it still continues, but we just have to fund it so that they can meet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. And yes, I think the idea for the limitation on the dates that the commission could meet, I think the intent of that idea was partially budgetary and partially also that the commission was intended to kind of help in the interim with the implementation of the People-Centered Funding Plan. So their meetings happened basically after a session ended and up until BDRs were submitted for the next session. So they were only working during that period that the legislature wasn't working, both for budgetary reasons and because their work was then intended to be integrated by the legislature into the People-Centered Funding Plan during session. So it didn't make sense for them to be meeting during session. I think the commentary that we're hearing is that it might be useful for them to be able to have those meetings during session as well, and certainly that's a decision for the legislature to make. The commission does not have any sunset under existing law. It continues in existence indefinitely. And that provision that they only meet between July 1 of an odd-numbered year and September 30th of an even-numbered year is solely a matter of statute, so the legislature would be free to change that.
Thank you very much. And so that the record is clear, when we talked about creating this commission, the intent was always that it would be ongoing, because we knew that the funding plan is always going to have a need to have changes. And the way that we've done it in the past is that anytime we had a change to the old funding formula, was that it would have to either come to the legislature, and we had 120 days to talk about and make changes, and that's why it took so long to make changes in the past. And then if you, sometimes you could do some things in the interim, but you'd have some kind of a special committee that would meet And so really the intent, as I worked on this, was that, kind of like the Economic Forum that meets periodically and looks at the budget, that we would have this commission that could meet on an ongoing basis. Not necessarily, I guess the work demands might determine how much budget is needed and how many meetings, but that it would continue on so that there's always somebody looking at that and see if there's changes that need to be made. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, because as we get going in the future, sometimes people forget why we did certain things. But the intent was that this committee, that this commission would continue. I think the biggest issue right now is that it became a budget issue on how many meetings they were going to have, and so hopefully that can be looked at and so that you can have the appropriate number of meetings to be able to do the work that's been asked of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With the support that we've received from your staff at the Nevada Department of Education, it's helped us stay on schedule. The ability to identify some additional funds for subject matter experts to assist with the workload over the last couple of months, and as we formulate these final recommendations, I do think we'll hit our mark there. But I do appreciate your sentiments about the commission, and obviously the pupil-centered funding plan and the funding of education are ongoing, complex, difficult issues, and we would certainly, I think I can speak on behalf of all of the members of the commission, I think all of us would be pleased to continue to try to provide you whatever kind of support we possibly can.
Thank you. So if you'll go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much. The next section I was asked to cover were the recommendations that were forwarded to you in a letter, I believe, late last week. I don't have those on a slide deck for you. These are recommendations that have been made by the Commission on School Funding, and if you like, I can just summarize what those recommendations are.
And just for the committee members, we do have in our material that letter. So if you want to reference that, it's under agenda item 6.
Again, Guy Hobbs. Yes, I'll follow along with the same order in the letter. The first category of recommendations that we were asked to consider are under the category of auxiliary services. The first recommendation you can see before you, auxiliary service allocations consisting of food service and transportation costs should be based on a 4-year average of actual expenditures. Additionally, a hold harmless adjustment similar to that used for payments based on quarterly average daily enrollment data should be applied in the event expenditures decrease compared to the previous year. I do realize as I go through these that the wording isn't particularly poetic on some of these. Sometimes technical precision creates some difficulty in how these are worded, but this was recommended to avoid a situation where amounts for auxiliary services may otherwise have dropped and creates a hold harmless to preserve funding for transportation and food services. This essentially helps smooth out volatility in funding for these services over time. It's more of a practical way of dealing with those costs on a going forward basis. If you're taking 4 past years and averaging those, but you're looking ahead to the next year, you're always a little bit behind. And there could always be decreases based on enrollment. So this was intended to smooth that part of it out. The next recommendation, charter schools and university schools for profoundly gifted pupils should be included in the auxiliary services calculation of the pupil-centered funding plan, using the same funding methodology established for school districts. Now, this recommendation was made to equalize funding between charter, university, and district schools in the category of profoundly gifted pupils, and again deals with auxiliary services. The next recommendation if charter schools or university schools for profoundly gifted pupils have not incurred expenditures for auxiliary services for a total of 4 years, the average should be based on the number of years for which expenditure data is available. The protocol for doing these calculations is based, again, on a 4-year average. And if a school entity, charter school entity, has only been providing the services for 2 years, mathematically it doesn't make sense to have 2 zeros plus 2 numbers and then take the average of that. That would be somewhat impractical. And this is what that is intended to address. Next. An inflation adjustment factor for auxiliary services should be established that mirrors the inflationary factor for pupil-centered funding plan. This recognizes that the cost of auxiliary services will rise each year, and simply deferring to the 4-year average can understate the true current cost. Adding this inflation factor, which would be the CPI for all urban consumers in the western region, addresses this particular issue. Next, allow charter schools offering auxiliary services for the first time to develop a line item budget based on projected needs that would be submitted with an application to the Nevada Department of Education. So if you happen to be a charter school that hadn't been providing these services, you wouldn't have any expenditure history. If you were looking forward and intending or hoping to provide those services in the future, this would enable a method for establishing a base on a going forward basis. And that would be done by putting essentially a budget or proposal together that would be submitted to NDE that could then become the base and thus not act as an impediment to any of those charter schools who were looking to provide those services going forward. The next one's somewhat of a lengthy one. 4-year average of transportation costs would exclude capital costs. District capital costs would be initially funded on a per pupil basis, which is based on the number of active buses in operation, also assuming a 15-year average life per bus and a cost of $150,000 per bus and total enrollment. The funding of a district's bus replacements and acquisition costs would be contingent on an equivalent increase in the state education fund, which is an important point in this one, so that base funding is not negatively impacted. Charter schools without an existing fleet would indicate their desire to begin transportation operations to the Nevada Department of Education. Each charter school should receive the same amount of per pupil funding as the district they are located within. Any unspent monies would be returned to the state education fund at the end of the year. The Commission recommends segregating the operations and the capital costs for the transportation element, two really different things. Operations would be based on the 4-year average that we talked about a bit earlier, where the capital costs would be converted to a per pupil amount using criteria, the cost of a bus, the estimated useful life, and so forth. This would apply only if there were sufficient funds by way of an increase in the state education fund so that base funding is not negatively impacted. That is again, a very important point in this, is that this would only apply if revenues were sufficient to not negatively impact base funding. This also provides an avenue for charter schools desiring to commence transportation operations, which would require them to notify the Nevada Department of Education of this desire. The charters, if approved by the department, would receive the same amount of per pupil funding as the district within which they're located. Next category of recommendations is under the heading of inflation. The Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, Western region, currently included in the Nevada revised statute, should be replaced with a Nevada-specific CPI should a sufficient Nevada CPI become available. The Commission recognizes that there is currently no Nevada-specific CPI. It does not exist today. However, should such an index become available in the future, and of course, should that index would need to be reliable and from a source like the Bureau of Labor Statistics, something bona fide and valid, it is recommended that we eventually migrate to that Nevada-specific index. So that's nothing that would occur right away, and it's hard to say at what point in time there would be a Nevada-specific index. It's more of a thinking ahead thing. Under the title of At Risk, the Commission on School Funding affirmed its previous recommendation to utilize the alternative definition of at risk defined by the State Board of Education to allocate weighted funding. The new definition of at risk uses numbers from Infinite Campus versus the numbers relating to eligibility under the free and reduced price lunch program. Use of the Infinite Campus numbers results in a higher per pupil value for at risk and a lower number of students qualifying for at risk. It's an important point there, and we've been getting quite a bit of feedback about this particular recommendation. It must be emphasized that this does not reduce the dollars dedicated to at risk. Use of the Infinite Campus definition for at risk provides for better and more up-to-date tracking of students who are truly at risk. The Commission recognized that because of the way free and reduced lunch was applied, the true designation of at risk was being perhaps arguably over-applied. An example would be that if, I believe this to be the case, if over 40% of students at a particular school were classified as at risk, the entire school is designated as at risk. So, some method of better identifying those that are truly at risk, which would be a lower number than had previously been determined, it was felt that we should be moving in that direction, which would result in a higher amount of funding for each one of the at-risk students. The overall funding dedicated to at-risk, again, would not be changed and would hopefully increase as additional funding becomes available and we meet the targets of each of the weights. Nevada Cost of Education Index, truly my favorite one on this list. At this point in time, the Commission apologizes that it is not quite ready to make a final recommendation. This is an item that has appeared on I don't know how many of our agendas, but I would say at least a dozen over the last 3 years. And to say that it's been challenging to work through this would be a tremendous understatement. We met a week or so ago, and this was on our agenda. Let me give you some background on how we've migrated through this. We use subject matter expert APA Consulting, if you're familiar with them. They've been doing quite a bit of education support work for the state for the past couple of decades, according to the information that I've seen, and they recommended a Nevada Cost of Education Index that would be applied to each of the districts in the state. And again, just by way of additional background, the Nevada Cost of Education Index is intended to recognize that there are differences in purchasing power or costs between and among the 17 school districts in the state. Some things are just more expensive in some counties than they are others. And that gets applied to the statewide base, and that helps produce the adjusted base. So theoretically, it's a very important statistic. However, arriving at a methodology to determine that statistic that is embraced by all 17 of the school districts has proven to be a bit elusive over the past many meetings. At the last meeting, since we were looking at, by my reckoning, the fourth variation of methodology on computing the NCEI, I, as chair, requested that the chief financial officers who are members of the commission get together and have some discussion. technically, they're certainly in the best position to understand that issue. And since they also represent two of our large school districts, a couple of our smaller school districts, and charter schools are also, they also have an investment in the outcome of this. I don't know what that final recommendation is going to be, but I hope to be able to forward that to you by our next meeting. It's possible that the recommendation may run the range of excluding the NCEI from cost adjustments in the formula. That's certainly a possibility and was discussed at our last meeting. To using one of the either prior methodologies or a new methodology to make that computation. But we will bring that to closure, Mr. Chair, and hopefully by the next meeting. The next category is virtual schools. Commission on School Funding recommendation is to fund online district and charter schools at the statewide base per pupil amount. Online district schools have been funded at the adjusted base, with charter schools being funded at the statewide base. So they were being funded at different bases. And this recommends that they both be funded at the statewide base on an equivalency basis. Lastly, which I know is good news, the recommendation is under the category of dual enrollment to maintain funding at the adjusted base per pupil amount for students taking dual enrollment courses. Based upon the deliberations of the Commission, it was felt that the funding for students taking dual enrollment courses continue to be funded through the adjusted base, so no change recommended. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's a summary of the recommendations that we forwarded to you in the letter that you have before you. And again, we'll have one to clean up with respect to the NCEI. And then we'll follow that with additional recommendations that have more to do with the final topic that I'll discuss today, and that's optimal funding and methods of achieving optimal funding.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the recommendations? I just want to make a comment before, if we don't have any questions yet. I think it's amazing to be able to have a group of individuals that really understand, because as you were talking about some of this stuff, you really have to be kind of almost a finance person to really truly understand school funding and what these recommendations mean. And so I appreciate the work that you've been able to put forward. And I mean, this is what, once again, this is one thing that I envisioned that we would be, that the legislature would be able to get recommendations on how do we tweak the funding plan. And so, looking at whatever the situation was at the time, so to have that, I think is great. So any questions that we have from any of the members? And I am not seeing any. Just double check. Okay. All right, so why don't we then go ahead and go on? And what I will say is, obviously all these things that we talk about, any recommendations, these will come to us at our work session so that we can figure out, what we want to recommend as we move forward. So thank you. Okay, so let's go on with the next presentation. Next part of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding. If Bo up at NDE, there I see it popping up on your screen here.
Yeah, so we do have the in our materials as well as what it's being broadcast there on the screen.
Oh, very good. And again, Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding. The objective of these next few slides that look a little bit imposing, but I'll try to make them less imposing as we go through it, is to give you a sense of the first objective that we were given, which is to identify, per SB 543, optimal funding for education. I think a number of us on the commission struggled with the term optimal. So one of the things I did is went to the dictionary to look up optional and find out what the synonyms would be, because I know from my background, I view it only one way mathematically. And optimal funding can be somewhat elusive because different people, depending upon the viewpoint that they take, may view the word optimal in a bit of a different context. So one of the things that we chose to do was to identify a continuum of funding. We understand what the current funding is per pupil as funded through the state budget, and that would be, let's move to the first bar chart. That would be the top bar that you see. And that was computed in using 2020 data. So right away, I would tell you that that information is a couple of years older. The next number that you see is how does that compare to the national average? And you can see the national average per the source NCES, $12,645 per student, compared to Nevada's $9,249 in 2020. Now, does national average necessarily equate to optimal? Most of us would say that it does not, but it provides a rational benchmark for where we are compared to where other peer states are. So we turned our attention to a work product that was provided by APA. So it's subject matter expert recommended levels of funding on a per pupil basis for Nevada. And that recommendation would be to fund education at $14,300 plus per year. So you can essentially see the gaps between those three markers. And if you'd go to the next slide, we've recently tried to update these numbers. It doesn't really change the relationship between the numbers. Nevada at just over $9,700 per student, the national average at $13,500, and the recommended level by the subject matter expert at nearly $15,000 per student. So those at least provide us the ability to gauge ourselves against those two markers. Next slide. So on a going forward basis, if we were to stay at the status quo, this is what we believe our per pupil funding would look like. So this would be the Nevada values updated for inflation and enrollment going forward, but no other funds necessarily committed to those. Next slide. This there it is. This slide, the dark blue, is where we would be if we did not add any additional funding for education. The lighter blue part of the bar is the amount of funding that would need to be added to reach the national average in each of the 10 years that you see. So that's essentially the comparison to of where we are currently to where we would need to be to reach the national average, the light blue representing the delta or the difference between the two. Next. Now, if you put that in dollar terms, how much additional funding would be required each year to reach the national average? And that's what these bars show you. As you can see, those are fairly large numbers. And these are incremental. So in other words, you would need this amount of funding in each of these years. It's not cumulative, which you will see on the next chart. If you'd go to the next chart. So in aggregate, by the time you would get to the year 2032, the difference in funding between status quo, if nothing were done, and the amount needed to reach the national average would be an additional $2.3 billion in funding required as of year 10, which is obviously a very large amount of money that would need to be dedicated to reach that national average. One thing I need to maybe pause and say about these numbers is we are still working on these as we speak. So what you're seeing is a work in progress. So we anticipate that there will be a number of questions that might arise from you or your colleagues with regard to the amount spent per pupil in Nevada and the national average and the subject matter recommended level of funding. And those are all very good questions. And one of the things we're trying to do right now is ensure to you that when we put these numbers in the report, they will be on a purely apples to apples basis. In other words, they exclude interest on debt service or include transportation or exclude transportation, but you will be looking at apples to apples values. So between the presentation I'm showing you today and that which may appear in the final report, there may be some variances, but that's because of the work that's being done to make sure those are all being shown on an equivalent basis. I don't expect it to really change the orders of magnitude, however, that we're looking at. And essentially what you see on a chart like this and the prior chart, those become funding targets around which one would construct a funding plan to achieve that level of funding. And that's the importance of charts like this. The next couple of charts do the same thing, but compare to the subject matter experts' level of funding that they believe is necessary to be more at an optimal level. Again, you have the status quo going to the next chart. That should bring in the delta or the total amount that would be needed each year. The light blue area, again, would be the difference between where funding would be with no action taken and where it's believed it needs to be to achieve that level of per pupil funding. And the next chart would also be, would show the incremental amount needed each year. This is no surprise since the APA recommended levels of funding are higher than the national average. These numbers are much larger than what you saw in the incremental shortfall to reach the national average. Now, something I think is very important about using the APA recommended level and the national average, it's easy just to defer to the national average, but one might then ask the question, well, is that truly optimal? There are obviously a number of peer states that are below that average and a number that are above. Does that necessarily cause you to believe that that number is a representative of optimality? Fair enough question. And that's one of the reasons why the APA values have been included, because from a subject matter expert standpoint, that would suggest that even at the national average, it would be less than what is optimal for the state of Nevada. But again, national average becomes a simple metric to focus on. And then you can go to the aggregate shortfall, Bo. That's the last slide I'll go over today. And you can see where in the 10th year, the amount of additional funding that was required for reaching the national average was at $2.3 billion. It now rises to $3.2 billion. So effectively having those two together, the national average and APA, gives you a range in which the targets would be constructed. So from this point forward, again, notwithstanding the fact that we may make some adjustments to these to make sure that current spending, national average, and APA are all on an equivalent apples-to-apples basis, those form the funding targets for each year and the 10-year period as a total. The how to fund it part of it has been the part that we've been working on since April. I don't have slides for you today because that is still very much a work in progress. But focus is being placed on the historic, traditional, and customary methods of funding education in the state of Nevada, which falls in line with the traditional funding sources such as property tax, state and local school support tax, sales tax, and other revenues that are traditional and customary. When you're looking at numbers of this size, it's difficult to identify funding sources that produce this level of revenue that doesn't cause some impact on those that are having to pay those taxes, fees, or charges. It's simply an impossibility for that to happen. And that's one of the reasons why our focus has been on the traditional and customary methods of funding education, which, by the way, in Nevada are not necessarily unique to those being used in other states. You know, those are the staples of funding education in other states as well. So, Mr. Chairman, by the time September rolls around and the commission turns into a pumpkin for a while, we'll be working between now and that time on finalizing the recommendations that the commission will be making. A report will be coming to you, I believe, by November 15th. That report is already under construction. And in that report will be the recommendations for methods of funding that the legislature can consider over the ensuing 10-year period to reach their goals.
Great, thank you very much. Just as a, I guess, a way to maybe start some questions, see if there's any other questions. So when we're looking at the APA level versus the national funding, and you're looking at like, I don't know what, it doesn't have page numbers on here, but still you have the incremental shortfall with both of those. And on the, like the 2032, when you're talking the 283 million that, as opposed to 391 million, that you're talking about, that's how much additional funds would have to be put in that particular year to be able to be at the level that we need to be at for whatever one that is, the national average or the APA.
Mr. Chairman, Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding. That's absolutely correct. The numbers that you see on the slides that are entitled incremental would be the additional amount needed each year.
Great. And then the subsequent one where it's got the aggregate. That's is that the total amount that would have to be that 2.3 billion for the aggregate shortfall on the national versus the APA, which is at 3.2. What does that amount represent?
Mr. Chair, Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding. It essentially takes the incremental amounts and adds them to each other each year. So if you were to add in the 10th year each of those to the left of the 10th year together, each of those 10 years in the far right column, it would equal that number.
Right. So if we waited till year 10 and didn't do anything, that's the amount we would have had to put in to make up for the 10 years of not doing anything, right?
Mr. Chair, Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding. That's absolutely correct. The more it gets deferred, the more challenging it becomes. Now, in fairness, though, we've assumed here, just for purposes of simplicity perhaps, that it would be funded at over a 10-year period on a linear basis. In other words, equally each year. So you take that sum that you see on the far right side and divided it by 10, that would be the average amount needed, right?
Every year?
Yeah, every year. Now, you may choose to fund more early, which would take some pressure off later. It doesn't necessarily have to be linear. But the more you defer into the future, the more expensive it becomes to reach that target level.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Senator Don Darrell Loop.
I don't know that I have a question, but it's just overwhelming, the work that you've done in the amount of time you've had. And I want to thank the former commissioners as well as current commissioners for all their hard work. And I just think that this illustrates the importance of continuing this work and making sure we get it right for our kids and for the future of Nevada. Because every student that goes through the process of being educated becomes our workforce in the end. So thank you again for all your hard work, and we'll see if we can get it right.
Other questions? I do have one additional comment, that it's just incredible that we can actually be able to have this discussion about, what is, in the past we talked about, we need more money for education, but now we're actually talking about what that is. And I think that that's important, because trying to make decisions, especially from the legislative side, trying to make decisions, it's always been, kind of based on, well, how much money do we have so that we can increase? But this at least just gives us that goal that if we want to be at a certain place, we know what that cost is. And that's something we really haven't had in the past. And so I appreciate all this work that's gone. And I think this, this is definitely to be able to have frank discussions about education, and when we talk about how do we make education better and what are the real needs, I think this is what we were looking for, when we put in this new funding plan, to be able to have this discussion. So thank you very much for all that work. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Great work you're doing. And we will definitely be talking about some of these recommendations at our next meeting. With that, let me find my notes. We will now move to agenda item number 7, presentation concerning dual enrollment data in the Enchi data dashboard. And I believe we have Renee Davis here to make that presentation.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, for having us here today. Renee Davis, the Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. I'm delighted to come talk on this topic. Let me just get the presentation queued up. There we go. And so what I wanted to say from the outset is, in addition to being a priority for the legislature and the Department of Education, dual enrollment is also a priority for the Nevada system of higher education. And it goes hand in hand with the strategic goals of the Board of Regents, and ranging from the access to post-secondary participation for all Nevadan students, to increasing success, closing the achieving gap, and then going into building the workforce, as you know. So it really is a crucial part of what we all do in the state, and so I'm delighted to give you some information on a tool that will help you dig deeper. So first, just to set some definitions, what does it mean to be dual enrolled? So that would be a high school student taking a college course. And then, of course, there's recognition in state law that this course also applies towards their high school graduation requirements. And then in terms of some terms that are normally used interchangeably but actually have a slight difference, concurrent enrollment would be when the course is taught by a high school instructor. It's still college level course. It's done in cooperation with the campus, but it is taught by the high school instructor. And then dual enrollment is taught by the college instructor, either at the high school or at the college campus. The dashboard, as you dig in, we didn't choose to do a live demo because that's always a little unpredictable. So we did give you the link here at the bottom of the slide so you can go and explore the dashboard yourself, I encourage you to do so. Basically, you'll see when you go to that dashboard, we have 3 parts. Dual enrolled high school students, information about the high school graduating class, and then capture rates. In terms of students who had a dual enrollment or concurrent enrollment experience and those who didn't. So I think you'll be very interested to see what those numbers look like. And then, of course, the data is presented in various ways, and you can disaggregate it on the actual tool. And just know that the graduation data in the the dashboard is as of a point in time. So as we go to more recent years, there won't have been the full period for the expectation for a student to have graduated from college. So once we get into that, I'll explain a little more. And then the data we're going to be looking at is from 2012-13 through 19-20. If you go to the dashboard, you'll see we started with part 1 has some 2021 data. But for the rest of the tabs, we're still working on that, and it should be up by the November-ish. And it all depends upon the timing of data in the SLDS. And then I just wanted to make a note to some data limitations. In this data, we're not able to differentiate between students who are in a formal dual enrollment program versus maybe a student who took courses in college independently while they're still enrolled in high school. And we also can't differentiate between that distinction between dual and concurrent enrollment. So they are all together in one category. And then, as I mentioned, there's a lag in the data, and that all has to do with the timing of data coming into the SLDS or NPower and when we can pull that. So we will, of course, be keeping this up to date on a regular basis as that new data becomes available. Okay, so part 1, when you first look at that tab, you're going to see just some general statewide data. And you can see that the total number of students as well as the total number of courses taken has increased quite dramatically over the last several years. 235% since 14-15. And so a big reason that increase has happened is due to the legislature's action with Senate Bill 19 in 2017 session, which basically requires that each school district and charter school enters into an agreement with an Enchi institution to offer the dual credit courses. So that has had a tremendous impact. And here's just a different way to look at that data from the couple slides ago. You can definitely see that dramatic increase in the number of students. And then here's the average number of courses taken, and you can see that that has gone down a little. I don't think that's too surprising because the opportunity is being branched out to many more students, so that seems like a natural progression, and I wouldn't be surprised if it started to climb back up at some point. So in terms of disaggregating the data, we do so by Enchi institution of enrollment, race and ethnicity, and the types of courses enrolled. And so at the top of the list, if you just look at year 2019-20, you'll see things that you would expect to see. So those general education requirements students need to do normally or traditionally, I would say, in their freshman year, composition 1 and 2, pre-calculus, which is what we refer to as a gateway math course, history, political science, those types of things that students all take regardless of their program of study, which is obviously a really smart approach for students who may not know what they want to do yet when they go to college. They can still take these courses that they're going to need regardless. And then at the bottom of the list, you see there's enrollment here and there in more specialized courses. So there is a pretty large list, over 800 in 1920 courses that students took. So we'll move on to part 2, and this is where we're looking at data specific to the high school graduating class. And in this section, we disaggregate by district, high school, and then of course there's the statewide figures. And this is looking at students who had a dual enrollment during their 9th through 12th grades at some point. When you start to delve into this data, you can look at the percentages of high schools with students that had a dual enrollment experience, again, specific to a year. You can see that for Clark, in this example, it was 100% of schools, and then statewide at 96%. So we're getting close to 100, and I know that, of course, again, this latest data we have is 1920. So it has been on a trajectory, and I'm sure that we're going to make it to 100% due to all the hard work that's happening out there across the state. As you delve a little further into the high school graduating year, you can see figures by district. Again, total high school graduates, total with dual enrolled credits, and then the percent of students who had a dual enrollment experience. You can see it does vary quite a bit by school district. And from there, we can see that those figures, this is the statewide. If you look at all districts, you can see again the substantial increase since the 2012-2013 when we started tabulating this data. And this just last slide is just an example of what, if you delve down a little further and you look at a specific school district, then within the school district you can actually see each of the high schools. So you can go from the overall statewide numbers to very finite numbers by high school, which is really handy when you're trying to figure out the statewide picture. And then finally, we'll look at part 3, which has to do with the capture rate. And so when you're talking about capture rate, you're talking about the number and percent of students who graduated from a Nevada high school and enrolled at an Enchi institution. And we do have that time period of within 1 year of high school graduation. So they might not have started right away in fall, but if they started by spring, that would count in this data set. And so we're just comparing those who had a dual enrollment experience with those who did not. And so you can see the dual enrollment experience, that's the green bar on the slide, and then the no dual enrollment experience is the gray, and that's the capture rate. So you can see that in general, students who have a dual enrollment experience, they're much more likely to make it to college. So that goes back to what I said at the beginning, is it's our goal to get more students in our state into post-secondary education, and so the dual enrollment is having that impact, and that's really important to examine in the overall picture. And then this is a look at the earliest time in the data set, and then later in the data set, the distribution by race and ethnicity of the capture rate. So these are students with a prior dual enrollment experience, and you can see that the profile has shifted, and more students who are non-white have actually been able to take advantage of the dual enrollment experience. So that's good news, and of course more work to do there. That work will continue, and I believe that we all know that. There was commentary during public comment about making dual enrollment more accessible to all students in Nevada, so just so you know, that data is also there in the website, so we can track it that way as well. And then the last part is awards conferred. And so, again, by year, this also is broken down within the dashboards by race and ethnicity. But you can see degree completion rates are much better for those who had a dual enroll experience. And, you know, in this case, in this data set, it could be just one class. So it's much like some of the other factors that we've seen in the last years that can influence students, and they can see themselves as college students. So can't really say enough how important dual enrollment is in the current climate in getting students into college, but also getting them to complete. And then as you move down the years, you can see that those years, 14, 15 through 18, 19, those you won't see the full strength of that number yet because there hasn't been the typical 6 years after high school graduation has not passed as of this when this data was pulled. So those numbers will continue to grow in those later years. I'm going to end it here, and with your permission, Chair Dennis, I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to start with Assemblywoman Bilbey Axelrod.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, you kind of said in the beginning that you were not able to tell the difference or pull out the data if it was dual enrollment, that it was taught by a university professor or a college level course that was taught at the high school level. And I think that's an important distinction. So could we drill down on that a little bit? I think that the majority of my colleagues, I believe, were interested in doing the dual enrollment because it's really giving students the ability to take those college level courses with people typically who have master's or perhaps even doctorate degrees. So I just wanted to see if we could drill down on that a little bit more, and maybe I misunderstood what you said, but if you could clarify that.
For the record, Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. Unfortunately, that's really difficult data to get. So in our data warehouse, we don't have attributes of who taught the class. There may be some opportunity to do some parsing out at the institution level because they, of course, have that data. We don't have the data on who taught what class accessible to us. But I certainly understand the need for some more information to figure out what is the best model for dual enrollment. And you know, there are some competing philosophies out there about it's not necessarily the PhD instructor who is going to have the best connection with the high school student. So, I mean, we really, there are lots of questions out there, so it's a very good question. We unfortunately don't have that data in our warehouse, but as we move forward and discuss this, we will certainly be talking with our campuses and figure out, are they tracking that and how are they able to provide that information. So I'll see what we can do in future, but right now I don't have access to anything we could actually pull.
Okay, other questions? Yes. Is that Senator Buck?
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I agree with my colleague that all dual enrollment courses are not made equally. And even when you're in the high schools and you actually talk and see the differences, there is some discrepancies in expectations and academic expectations. So if it'd be possible to, pull out the data and see the ones that are actually taught in a college setting and those that are taught in a high school. Even high school principals realize that there is a discrepancy between that and like an AP class or IB class. And that IB and AP tend to be higher rigor than just a regular dual enrollment course. So I'd be just curious to see if that is pulled out, to see how successful the students that are in taking a class in a high school, if they're successful going on to later college, as opposed to the ones that are sitting in the college classroom or in the AP and IB class.
So you're muted, you got to push the button.
Chair Dennis, if I may, Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. And boy, I've got to shorten that thing because that is a mouthful to say every time. Again, I appreciate the desire to have more finite data so we can figure out the models that work. One thing I did want to say is that right now, as I understand it, the largest majority of courses for concurrent and dual enrollment are happening on the college campus, not happening on the college campus. They're happening at the high schools. So that is the predominant model right now. And we certainly can, again, we'll continue to try to refine this data, but it is the more common that a student would have had the experience at the high school versus on the college campus.
Okay, the Senator Don Darrell.
Thank you very much. My question is, I think there's some confusion with parents and students alike about where and what actually constitutes dual enrollment. I have had parents say you can only go to certain schools to get dual enrollment, whether they're private, public, charter, it doesn't matter. And then I've heard, oh no, you can do it anywhere. So I've heard everything in between. So I think there's confusion. So could you just give us sort of the cliff notes of the lay of the land, to put it on the record of where can you attend to get dual enrollment credit and possibly end up with an AA when you graduate?
Certainly. So Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. So that's a very good question. All of the, and I can speak, specifically to the Enchi institutions. So all of the Enchi institutions do offer mostly concurrent and dual enrollment as well. However, the factor to keep in mind is that it depends upon the school district and what agreements are in place with the specific Enchi institutions. In some of the school districts, there might just be one Enchi institution who is engaged in dual enrollment with the high schools in that district, but in other districts, there are multiple. And then the courses that are offered for dual enrollment, it's not necessarily the whole, for concurrent enrollment, it's not going to be the whole catalog or schedule of courses that the institution offers. It's going to be specific courses. And in many cases, those courses are those general education courses I mentioned earlier, math, English, history, those types of things. But then there are also some specialized programs, depending upon the campus, that are more specific and more specifically targeted at preparing students for a particular job in the workforce. So whether you're talking something that is a technical type program, or whether you're talking about teachers, future teachers, there are some programs that are fairly small at this point, but are actually targeting students. But basically, to go back to the original question, the courses that are available to students at their high school for concurrent enrollment will depend upon what agreements are in place with the school district and the Enchi institution. Now, in terms of dual enrollment, of course, that is different because if the student's enrolling directly at the college, then they would have access to more of the courses. So hopefully that answers your question.
So follow up, Mr. Chair. So am I understanding if I'm at, it doesn't matter what school, XYZ, I could actually dual enroll? So I'm at, I don't know, Chaparral High School, and I want to go take a class at the community college, but what if I want to stay at my high school and I want to end up with that degree? Is that siloed into certain schools?
Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. I'm sorry, I did miss that aspect of the question, which was about students, I think, who are graduating high school with an associate degree or at the same time. That is going to be more likely to happen at one of the community colleges, and in particular with things like TMCC High School, CSN High School. I'm not aware off the top of my head of any regular concurrent programs where you get that much coursework, because it's 60 credits done by the time a student, but lots of them could get 30. If they start early enough, they can get 30 in, which is the first year. So it really does vary quite a bit by student, but you're right, not the opportunity to get that whole associate degree completed, that is not necessarily as widely available as other models of concurrent or dual enrollment. We're kind of moving, a little bit at a time in that direction to open those opportunities for more students.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think that's the confusion, because when people hear dual enrollment, parents think they can just stay at their high school and they can just do this process. But it's not as, I guess, siloed, as I said, into every school. And so that's where the confusion is. And I don't know if that's because the programs, we just say dual enrollment and we don't have different names sort of for the different programs. I think it's just a tad confusing, if you will, because I think people just, dual enrollment to them means, oh, I'm enrolled in the university or the community college and I'm enrolled in high school. But at the end of the day, if we're going to talk about dual enrollment as meaning that all the way to getting my AA degree when I actually graduate, I think maybe we need to have some different labeling, if you will, so that people understand it, because I've had several people say to me who should know, oh, well, I thought you could just go to any high school and get dual enrollment. Well, they're talking about the A degree, so it's a little confusing.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, Chair. I do, if you don't
Yes.
mind. Assemblywoman Hanson.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for being here. It's been very enlightening, and I'm a big fan of dual enrollment and concurrent. A few questions. Why do we have data, or have we done surveys to find out why some children or families, we should say, opt not to do dual enrollment? And let me make sure I understand, even though I have some familiarity, have a relative who did TMCC High School, which was a fabulous experience, big supporter of that. But that dual enrollment is when they go to the college and take the courses, right? And as you said, in concurrent is they have somebody from the college come to the high school. So specifically dual enrollment is a barrier, transportation. I'm wondering what feedback is, if we have any, on why some of these, as I look at the breakdown of the stats, why are some of these populations not as represented as I would like to see in the dual enrollment?
Okay, so Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs in Community Colleges. In terms of the concurrent versus dual, the location is part of the factor, but it's also who's teaching the course. So for at least in Nevada, concurrent is considered the high school. There's a high school instructor that is definitely working with the college, and usually there's a faculty member on the college side who's working with that high school instructor, a teacher, to give that course. And then the dual enrollment could be on the high school location, but it's a college instructor or professor. In terms of the access to the different modalities of that and the number of credits that they have access to, and the reasons students and families may or may not opt in to that model, I think it really varies a lot across the state. We at Enchi don't have data on these students. I'm not sure if the Department of Education or any of the school districts collect that data, or I would imagine that the superintendents, for example, probably have a general feeling for, what's going on in their districts and why, why certain students are opting in, and certainly there could be conversations going on between them where you have higher percentages in some districts than others, and so unfortunately that's a long way to say I don't have that data and she doesn't have that data, but I believe that the schools would have a better idea.
Thank you. And I thank you for clarifying. I had confused concurrent and dual enrollment locations. And Chair, if I could follow up with a couple more, I'll make it quick.
Yes, please go ahead.
There is no cost for dual enrollment, correct? And I'll throw in the second question. I think I know the answer is no, but I just want to make sure. So that's not a barrier to students taking dual enrollment or concurrent. And the second question is, in your captured data, is it counting the kids who graduated with the associate's degree, if that makes sense? Thank you.
Okay, so Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. So in terms of cost, there was funding that was approved by the legislature, and that funding was provided to the Department of Education for disbursement to the high schools. Those monies were used to cover courses, but my understanding is that is gone, and so there is potentially a cost, and that might vary by school district. So in some cases there are monies from the district that are covering it. In some cases our college campuses have found philanthropy to cover costs that students or their families would otherwise incur. But there definitely is a cost. It just up until recently there was some state funding, but I believe that is no longer.
And just to clarify, when I said no cost to the pupil or the family. There is a cost, but it's not borne by the parents or the student per se?
Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. It could potentially be borne by the family if there's no philanthropy and if the districts are not able to cover it. Unless some funding got approved again through the legislature.
And then just if I could, Chair, to remind Ms. Davis, the other question, and it's my fault, I keep interrupting, the capture rate that you had the slide on, does that count the AA? They haven't got their bachelor's, but they got their associates. I'm just curious how you count that.
Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. Yes, that would include the AA. And you can actually, if you go to the tool itself, you can see you can filter by degree types if you select the year. So you can see the various levels of degrees. And I believe, I can't filter right now, but if I remember correctly, it goes from certificates all the way up. So.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Okay, I'm not hearing any or seeing any. Okay, I think that's it on that item. Thank you very much. It's definitely an interesting subject when we talk about dual enrollment versus the other things. And I do have one clarification before we finish, because in your presentation there was a chart where you talked about the number of, I think it was the percentage of high schools in, I don't know where it is now, but the percentage of high schools in Nevada that have dual enrollment programs. And I think it listed Clark and then the state as a whole. And it had Clark at 100% and the state as a whole at like 90 something. Can you just talk a little bit about that statistic? Is that, and how that interacts with all the other discussion that we've just been having?
Yes, Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. The percentages there are taken from the percentage of high schools within a district who are participating in a concurrent or dual enrollment formal agreement. And that was as of the latest, that 2019-20. I believe the percentages have moved up since then. But at that point, it wasn't quite, all high schools in Nevada were not quite on board yet.
So does that actually mean then they have an agreement to be able to offer dual enrollment classes?
Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Renee Davis, yes.
Okay, so in that particular snapshot at whatever, you said it was 2020, I think is what you said. So Clark was at 100%, so all of their high schools have some type of a dual enrollment agreement? Is that what that means? Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges, yes. That means that all high schools in Clark have an agreement in place with at least one Enchi institution.
And then the second number on there, I'm trying to see what the difference is here. You just had Clark and Washoe. So Washoe was at 95%, so they had 20 schools. And so the state as a whole was at 96.3, right?
Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Renee Davis, yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think Senator Dondaraloop has a follow-up question, probably to what I just said.
Thank you. And I don't want to beat the dead horse here, but so if 100% of those schools have an agreement, if I'm at Palo Verde High School and I have CSN right next door, does that mean that I'm getting that AA degree? Or does that mean I can just take a class in Palo Verde High School that might meet English 101 in college? What does that really mean?
Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. It's the latter. It means that the student at the high school where there's an agreement in place can at least take a course or courses. It's unlikely that, the opportunities to get the full associate as part of a formal dual enrollment program, that's not really happening. So we're not quite there yet. You saw one of the slides in the presentation showed that the average of number of courses taken by a student who has a dual enrollment experience is pretty much between 3 and 4 courses. And so that's not enough to get the associate degree. So again, getting the whole associate degree by the time you graduate from high school, it's definitely possible. Examples outside of, I did mention earlier, TMCC High School, CSN High School, those have been around for a long time and that has been happening there. Other programs where there's some history and they've been around is the Jumpstart program at Western Nevada College. That program does have graduates with associate degrees by the time they're ready to graduate from high school. Really what those agreements mean is that there's a formal agreement in place for a student to be able to take high school courses, and it could be a specific list of high school courses, and that definitely changes from year to year, that also count towards high school. They count both. They count for credit in college and they count for credit towards high school graduation requirements. That's really what that agreement means, is that there's some opportunity to do that. It doesn't really, it's not related to the, the number of courses that each agreement has, not that figure anyway.
Right. So we're back to semantics, because on that particular slide, Part 2 high school graduating classes, where it lists those 100%, the key word up there to me is prevalence of dual enrollment, prevalence. So it still feels like, I guess, when I have people call me and say, why can't I do this? It feels like I said, like maybe semantics, because people are thinking dual enrollment is, I'm going to get this dual, I'm going to get out of here with an AA, and it's not really that. It might be a class or two, unless you're actually enrolled in one of those other institutions that have that very fine, narrow program, like a Nevada State High School, or the others that you mentioned, CSN High School.
Interim Vice Chancellor.
Go ahead.
Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Renee Davis. Yes, it certainly is not at the majority of dual enrollment experiences that students could get an associate degree by the time they graduate from high school. That is true. It is, the opportunities are not just at TMCC and CSN High School. Those have been the longest in existence, but the Jumpstart program at Western is another one I know of for sure. There may be others, but really, in terms of providing the dual enrollment experience to the highest number of students, I don't know how feasible it is to have that full 2 years done in high school. I know that, the campuses are working in conjunction with the districts and with the high schools to make more and more opportunities available. But I mean, it's a lot of students, and as we branch out to make to more students, we have to branch in a way that is sustainable. So while I think it's a wonderful opportunity, and I can't deny that it's optimum for many students to graduate high school with an associate degree, it's also a lot of work. And so that may not be the appropriate experience for all students. I mean, can you do the 2-year associate degree in high school and be in high school sports? I don't know the answer to that question, but there are limited hours in the day. And so I don't think, while it's an excellent opportunity and it's great if that can get done, you're 18 years old and you already have your first 2 years of college. I mean, that's a fantastic opportunity, but it may not be the right fit for all students. So I think the wealth of opportunities and the variety is because we have many different students with many different aspirations. And so, I guess that I'll just end there, that it's definitely going to depend upon the student whether that is the right experience for them. I can't tell you for sure if there are other programs besides the 2 high schools in WNC. I know for sure whether there are other places where it's common to see the students graduate with the associate at the time they complete high school, but I would imagine that those conversations are always happening to figure out how can we expand these opportunities for more students.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. So is there, or did I miss an actual number of students that graduated in Nevada this last year, the last couple of years with their associate's degree?
Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. I do not think that we have that on the tool. I'd have to go back and double check, but I'll make note of that and I can respond with that information.
That would be great information, and we can see if it increases each year, because it is important that that is an option.
Thank you. Actually, good suggestion. I think it's, we've been talking about it. I think to know how many actually got their associates, I think would help us, especially if we're tracking it. Okay, any other questions? All right, I'm not hearing any. I'm going to go ahead and close out this item, item number 7. And we've been going at it for quite a while, so I am going to take the opportunity to take a break here. So we're going to take a lunch break, and we will be back at 12:30. So with that, we'll be in recess until 12:30. All right, we are back, and we're back in order. We will continue with the next item on our agenda, which is item number 8, presentation concerning workforce incentive grant pilot program related to AB 450. And I believe Renee, who gave our last presentation, is going to do this presentation.
Thank you once again, Senator Dennis. Renee Davis, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges. I have with me today our subject matter expert, Jose Quiroga, who has worked very closely on this grant proposal and is kind of the genius behind many of the things. So we wanted him to bring him to present on this proposal. Just for a little background, the Workforce Incentive Grant is a proposal that we discussed over a couple of meetings with the AB 450 committee that just concluded its work. The AB 450 committee did write a letter of recommendation for our proposal that will be taking to the IFC here in August for approval for funding using ARP funds. So I just wanted to provide that little tiny background, and we'll go ahead and hand it over to Jose Quiroga.
Thank you, Jose Quiroga, Research Analyst, Academic and Student Affairs, for the record. As Vice Chancellor Davis stated, I'll be giving an overview of the Workforce Incentive Grant proposal. First, I'll go over the impetus for the program, then a quick overview of the context of state-funded financial aid in Nevada, and finally, I'll give a description of the proposed Workforce Incentive Grant pilot. This proposal, the development of it, was kickstarted by Governor Steve Sisselek's commitment in March of this year to set aside funds toward making or exploring ways to make community college and other apprentice and training programs free for more Nevadans. That federal funding is being set aside to kickstart any initial recommendations of the AB 450 committee. And as Vice Chancellor Davis stated, the AB 450 committee has now recommended the Workforce Incentive Grant, or WIG, pilot to be adopted and funded. And now to go through a quick context of state financial aid or state-funded financial aid in Nevada. There are 3 major programs. The first and largest and longest established is the Governor Wynne Millennium Scholarship, or GGMS. This program first awarded funds in the 2000-2001 school year. It targets high-achieving recent high school graduates. It is merit-based, so it does require students to have a certain GPA, that is currently a 3.25 GPA from high school, and to have fulfilled certain requirements of the courses they took in high school. The eligibility window is only for 6 years after high school graduation, with some limited exceptions. And importantly, it has a minimum level of enrollment required of students of 9 credits per semester at the community college. That is what we would consider a 3/4 time enrolled student. There are more facts about the program in each slide. In the interest of time, I will move on to the next ones, but I'm happy to answer questions. On the Silver State Opportunity Grant, that was the second major state-funded financial aid program. As opposed to the GGMS, which is merit-based, the SSOG is need-based. It goes to students with high financial need who are college-ready in math and English. There is no eligibility window, as in there is no timeline after graduation from high school that a student needs to have to be eligible for the SSOG, but the student does have to be enrolled in at least 12 credits. That is full-time enrollment at a community college or at a college. However, because there is a priority for students in 15 credits and above, and there is limited funding, since establishment of the SSOG, only students in 15 credits and above have received funding. So that is above full-time enrollment. Finally, the third and most recent program is the Nevada Promise Scholarship. It is a little different from the other two programs in that it is neither considered to be merit nor need-based. It is a little bit different than both. It is considered a last dollar program where high school graduates who don't have other federal aid like Pell Grant or other types or certain types of state aid will have their registration fees and other mandatory fees covered by the Nevada Promise Scholarship, so that it is in effect free of registration charges and mandatory charges at the community colleges. The eligibility window is limited to 3 years after high school graduation or until a student has earned their associate degree, and it requires 12 credits minimum enrollment, full-time enrollment at the community college. The Nevada Promise Scholarship also requires certain steps for a student to take in their senior year in high school, including applying to the program, community service hours, and meeting with mentors and other steps to make sure that they are eligible for the program. As we looked at the state-funded financial aid programs and where students who receive those funds go to, we can split it out into 4-year institutions and 2-year institutions. This highlights one of the current unmet needs in the state, and that is more funding, or state-funded financial aid program at 2-year institutions. As you can see in this slide, most of the funding, nearly 80% of it, is going to students at 4-year institutions, and that is driven from the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship. It is the largest program. It does not have a funding cap like the other two, and students who receive it are more likely to be enrolled at the 4-year institutions. The 2-year institutions only receive about 21% of state financial aid dollars. However, they enroll nearly half of all undergraduate degree-seeking students in the state. So again, it is one important reason to focus any new a new state financial aid program on students at Enchi's community colleges. As we look at the unmet needs that the WIG pilot will fulfill, the first is that of students, need-based support for more Nevadans. Out of the 3 programs that I spoke of, only the SSOG is need-based, so the WIG pilot would also have a financial need component. It would also give aid to returning adult students, which are underserved by the other programs, and for part-time students. It would have I will go over the eligibility criteria a little more later on, but it does serve students at 6 credits or above, which are not being served by the other state-funded programs. And then statewide, there is a financial or a need for a financial aid program that targets students to enroll into critical workforce programs, including nursing, teaching, and other in-demand occupations. As we developed this program, we brought it to the AB 450 committee, the Workforce and Economic Development the Community College Workforce Training and Programs Committee. And on their last meeting on June 7th, the committee recommended the adoption of the WIG pilot contingent upon funding. And they also wrote and submitted a letter of support for the program to the IFC, recommending funding. So to the WIG program itself, to be eligible, a student must be enrolled in a program of study leading to a degree or certificate in an eligible in-demand occupation at an Enchi community college. I'll talk a little bit more about what that means later on. A student must also be enrolled in 6 credit hours per semester that apply to the student's chosen program of study. They must be classified as an in-state resident for tuition purposes. They must meet satisfactory academic progress requirements. That is a measure of making progress toward that degree program that is used for federal aid and many other types of financial aid programs. The student must not have previously earned a bachelor's degree, and they must be Pell eligible. That last point is important as it is our measure of high financial need. Students who are eligible for the Pell Grant by filling out the free application for federal student aid and having a demonstrated high financial need, would be eligible, and who are Pell eligible would be eligible for the WIG program, granted that they meet all other requirements. We will also have for students that are not eligible to fill out the FAFSA, we will have another measure of low income based on household income, so that they can be eligible for the WIG program. Now, as we look at targeted occupations, this slide talks about how we came up with them. The list of programs per institution is listed in the materials for this item, broken out by institution. There are 10 occupations listed at each community college. And the way that these were developed was we mapped the Governor's Office of Economic Development regional analyses of the occupations that are in most demand across the state, and we mapped them to the degrees and certificates offered at Enchi's community colleges. With that, we came up with a list that you will see at each institution includes many similar programs. For example, nursing and teaching, as I said before, in high demand statewide. However, there are needs that are specific to certain regions of the state. For example, transportation, there's transportation degrees offered at Truckee Meadows Community College, or industrial machinery at Great Basin College that are unique to those institutions or unique to those areas in being in high demand. And another important part to note is that many of these degrees listed are stackable among each other, so that a student, for example, at CSN, may take a certificate or may enroll into a certificate program in licensed practical nursing, go on to an associate degree in nursing, and then go on to a bachelor's degree in nursing. All of those degrees would be eligible for the WIG pilot, and they would stack into each other and would lead to an occupation in registered nursing in the state. There is another important point to note, though, especially with nursing and those types of programs, is that some of these are capacity limited already. For example, nursing has very resource-intensive practices in order to teach it, of laboratories and those kinds of things. Enchi will be submitting a request to fund a Workforce and Economic Development Investment Fund to build capacity in these types of programs, which will be subject to obviously to the governor's office and the legislative approval. And that would work in concert with the WIG pilot to increase capacity and enrollment into these programs in the state. That development of that fund was also recommended by the AB 450 committee. The pilot award amounts will be based on enrollment level, so that a student at 6 to 8.5 credits, part-time student, would receive $1,000 per semester, $2,000 for the year, that's fall and spring together. A 3/4-time student would be would receive $1,500 per semester, and a full-time student would receive $2,000 per semester, $4,000 for fall, spring. These amounts were developed to cover registration fees, and in most cases, all other mandatory fees in those programs, as well as, depending on the program, leaving a little bit left over for other costs of the student's education, books and supplies, living costs. However, it's important to note that the WIG program is intended to be part of the student's full financial aid package. Since all these students will be Pell eligible, they would also be receiving funds from that and potentially other types of aid to fulfill or to help go towards the living expenses and other ancillary costs. Regarding reporting and accountability of the pilot program, Enchi Department of Academic and Student Affairs will submit quarterly and annual required reporting of ARP funds, the use of funds. However, we will also publish an additional preliminary report at the end of the first semester of funding, and a more full final report at the end of the pilot, with key metrics of the WIG program, including how the funds were used, which students received it, always disaggregated by race, ethnicity, income level, so that we can study how the program was carried out, and the number and persistence rates and other student success metrics. Finally, for a timeline of the program, as I said before, in March was the initial impetus for developing the program, the governor's commitment of ARP funds. In June, the AB 450 committee endorsed the WIG program, WIG pilot program, and issued a letter of support. In August, it will be going to IFC, the funding request for the program, and if approved, the pilot will take place in a quick turnaround. It's starting in spring of 2023, going to the full next academic year, fall 23, spring 24, and if funds are available, fall 2024 would be the final semester of the pilot program. At that point, we would issue, after that is done, our final report to the legislature. With that, thank you to the chair and the committee for its time, and myself and Vice Chancellor Davis will be available for any questions.
Okay, questions? Yep, Assemblyman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you for the presentation. I just have one question. I was looking at your spreadsheet for CSN, and I didn't get a chance to go through, northern Nevada and the central and all of that. But my question is, just with the nursing program, it's almost like one area was missed. I saw what was it? Nursing assistants. Then, what was it? Something else with, an RN and then the PA. It's almost like we skipped a beat here. What about licensed practical nurses? Because that right there would give them and give students an opportunity to be in their field that they would like to practice in, and would be one step closer to gaining registered nursing.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Jose Quiroga, research analyst. To respond, and that is, I believe, the committee member is referring to the attachment A of the Enchi Workforce Incentive Grant proposal that does list the degrees eligible for funding for the WIG proposal, WIG pilot. In CSN's nursing degrees list, it does begin with practical nursing, which would be that what it doesn't have is CNA. Part of that, and we acknowledge CNAs are highly needed throughout the state, but we were basing these programs in the Governor's Office of Economic Development, and they did not have as highly rated the CNA programs, as well as part of what they put in those lists of regional analysis of in-demand careers is partially having a kind of well-paid area of occupation. Unfortunately, CNAs didn't quite fit into their analyses, as well as not stacking into the next program of nursing. But the LPNs were included in the programs that CSN has, although those programs are not at every community college, which is why schools that didn't have an LPN program were not included.
Okay, because I was just making sure, I'm sorry, Chair, follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just making sure that you weren't associating CNAs and LPNs, because they are definitely totally different.
Jose Quiroga, research analyst for the record. I completely agree. No, there are two separate areas completely. If I may take your attention to the, again, attachment A, we do list the LPN programs that are part of, or the practical nursing programs that are part of CSN's offerings, including 1E, practical nursing for military medic corpsmen to LPN, and the practical nursing certificate of achievement. So those are the programs we were able to identify leading toward a practical nursing credential in the state that are being included in the WIG proposal. Now, another part that, if I may add, would be that we're in discussions with, and these lists were developed in discussions with the presidents at each community college. And so if there were a new, let's say a new LPN program came online the following year that would lead to a LPN credential at CSN or any other college, that could then be added to this list. So it is not a static list. It is meant to grow and change as the needs of the state change.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Other questions? Just for clarification, I think you went over this, but I think it's important because you mentioned all the different scholarships and grants that we have available, but whether it's Millennium or Promise or SSOG, the WIG is actually available to folks that aren't just out of high school, right? It could be anybody.
Jose Quiroga, a research analyst for the record. That is correct, Mr. Chair. The WIG pilot would be available to any student as long as they meet the eligibility criteria outlined, regardless of age or how long ago they graduated high school.
Great, thank you. And as we've talked about grants and things in the past, that's always been the one piece that we never quite get to, because we always tend to focus on the kids that are just graduating from high school and trying to get them in. But if somebody got out of high school and then went to work and then decided to go back to school, that kind of a grant can help them to be able to go back to school, right? All right, any other questions? I'm not hearing any, so thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Excited that we have that opportunity to be able to get more folks in school. All right, so that was item number 8. And so we'll close item number 8 on the agenda and go to item number 9, presentation concerning Hispanic serving institutions and minority serving institutions, including institutional updates and impact on students. And we have Ms. Clarissa Cota from the CSN here to make that presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Dennis, committee members, colleagues, and guests. My name is Clarissa Cota, Vice President of the College of Southern Nevada, North Las Vegas campus. It is my pleasure to be with you this morning in my capacity as the Nevada System of Higher Education HSI Task Force Chair. This presentation will cover the important work being done by our Enchi institutions to better serve our students of color and lead them to student success. Our Nevada universities and colleges provide the gateway for these students to pursue higher education credentials and degrees in high-demand, high-wage workforce sectors. I will provide a brief overview of the MSI-HSI designation, go into Enchi institutional work and student success data, and end with the HSI Task Force goals for 22 and 23 academic year. Minority-serving institutions emerged in response to a history of inequity and lack of minority people's access to higher education institutions. They are now an integral part of American higher education, serving the needs of low-income, underrepresented students of color, explicitly recognized within the Higher Education Act. Because MSIs enroll a substantial share of minority students, many of whom may not have otherwise attended college, the continuous development and the success of these institutions is critical for achieving a state's higher education and workforce goals. Students at an MSI are more likely to have a lower level of academic preparedness, come from high stress, high poverty communities, and half of all MSI students are first in their families to attend college, compared to 35% of students attending predominantly white colleges. Of the 8 distinct categories of MSIs, the Nevada higher education institutions are either Asian American, Native American, Pacific Island serving institutions, or otherwise referred to as ANAPISI, and or they are Hispanic serving institutions, or HSIs. Once designated by the U.S. Department of Education as an eligible MSI, the higher education institution can then compete for federal funds on behalf of their students and communities. To be considered an ANAPISI, in Nevada, we have 3 Enchi institutions which are designated as such: CSN, Nevada State, and UNLV. These institutions serve low-income students and have a combined 10% or more undergraduate enrollment of students who identify either as Asian American, Native American, or Pacific Islander. 5 of our 7 institutions are HSIs: CSN, Nevada State, UNLV, TMCC, and WNC. These institutions serve low-income students and have at least a 25% or higher undergraduate enrollment of students who identify as Hispanic. HSIs across the nation are the fastest growing. Each year, it becomes more competitive for HSIs to compete for federal funding. Nationally, there are 559 HSIs, and collectively, they represent 18% of all higher education institutions, yet they are home to 66% of all of the 3.2 million Hispanic undergraduate students. They also serve 1/3 of all Pell Grant recipients in the nation. It is worth noting that for the first time in 30 years, this past year, there has been a slight decrease in the total number of HSIs, which is representing the national effect COVID-19 has had on Hispanic enrollment at our higher education institutions. HSIs tend to enroll the highest number of all minority students as well. HSIs serve 66% of all Hispanic students, 41% of all Asian American students, 35% of Native American Pacific Islander, and 24% of all Black undergraduate students. Therefore, when federal funds are received by HSIs, they will increase the capacity of these institutions to serve all of their students. So what should we expect when our institutions reach an MSI designation? There should be a focus on hiring diverse faculty and staff. We should be creating environments with an intentional focus on student learning. We need to be very intentional on addressing the potential deficiencies resulting from poor college readiness. So as we grow in our number of MSIs in the state and HSIs, the success of them is critical to reaching higher education and workforce goals. The Nevada system of higher education has taken a proactive approach to address the needs of our minority students. In 2014, 8 years ago, Nevada had ranked 5th in the country for having the highest percentage of Hispanics at 28%. So under the direction of the Chancellor, The Enchi HSI Task Force was formed in 2014 and supported by the Board of Regents to help their institutions ready themselves to become HSIs. CSN became the first HSI in Nevada in 2015, followed by Nevada State, then UNLV, TMCC, Western Nevada College, and each were following every subsequent year. This is a very rapid growth if you can see how the demographics of the state has changed and how our institutions are matching that change. UNR and GBC are emerging HSIs with now over 20% Hispanic student enrollment. Our institutions have made great strides, and each has now created their own HSI task force to focus on initiatives meant to better serve our students. The HSI task force represents all 8, including DRI, of the Enchi institutions, where we enable a system-wide approach in supporting the work we are all doing regarding our HSI, MSI initiatives, and ultimately creating campus environments that are welcoming in policy, climate, and academic programming to the students we serve. There are distinct benefits from having a statewide coalition. First and foremost, we are recognized as the only state in the country that has a unified task force that includes R1s, state colleges, and community colleges, all coming together around this very particular focused efforts. This has drawn the attention of national institutions and national organizations and brought opportunity to our state and to our institutions, their administrators, our faculty, and our students by bringing these best practices to Nevada and allowing it to take place here without having to send our faculty and staff out of state. We've also been leveraging statewide partnerships. At our monthly meetings, we can share information, share board membership, share opportunities that benefits our students. And we have often speak about collaborative grant writing. We're currently engaged right now as the 2 Title V's, Nevada State and CSN, in collaborative work of professional development, where we know that regionally we are serving the same students. So system-wide recommendations to the Board of Regents and other elected officials equals better service to our Nevada students. As we look at how our Enchi institutions are performing, it's important to take a look at our pipeline and consider looking into the future. Currently, we have 37.7% of our Nevada high school graduates in 2020 enrolling at Enchi institutions. It is of note for all of us that this is down from 42.4% in 2019. We also know that there is a growing pipeline continuing to grow in our K through 12 student populations, which has now reached 43.4% Hispanic enrollment. So when we look at how our Enchi institutions are faring in terms of our headcount and enrollment, it is no secret that students pursuing in higher education in Nevada has suffered an enrollment drop over these last 2 years, significantly impacted by COVID. Our institutions across the state, with the exception of Nevada State, have experienced these enrollment drops. If you look at this chart and take a look at our community colleges, which have experienced the largest drop in enrollment, this can be a reflection of the student population served by community colleges, students with the highest socioeconomic needs, and were the most impacted by COVID-19 factors. When we look at the numbers of our students across the board receiving awards, the numbers of awards confirmed by students have continued to increase in this same time period. Across all institutions, with the exception of CSN, but overall there has been an increase in awards conferred across the system by 5.3%. Excuse me, it advanced quite a bit. Okay. When we start to take a look by race and ethnicity of who are receiving these awards, you can start to see that the interventions at our campuses to promote student success are resulting in a positive impact for our students of color. When you take a look at the increases that have been occurring across the different ethnicities, it continues to increase in the last 3 years. As our MSIs and HSIs continue to conduct their intentional work, the number of wards continue to increase, with the exception of Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders and our white students. This indicates work has to continue as we want all of our students to continue improving their achievement. Community colleges confer the majority of the skills certificates. So when we look at the workforce awards conferred, skills certificates can usually be completed within at most a year period of time. The certificate of achievements are 30 credit programs, which can take someone maybe a year or extend it over into a year and a half. And then the associate's degree is considered a 2-year degree, although we know we track completion within a 3-year time period. So when we look at these workforce awards that have been conferred, you'll see that there has been a drop in skills certificates, which is of concern, and resources and focus are being placed at the community colleges to turn this around. But this also is indicative of the fact that the community colleges have been the institutions who have experienced the largest drop in enrollment during the same period of time. As we look across the Enchi institutions, the largest minority student population is our Hispanic students. 1/3 of all of the Enchi students are Hispanic. Once again, the performance and achievement of our Hispanic students continues to improve. If you take a look at the graduation rates at the bottom of the chart, of the slide, you'll see the institutions, their overall graduation rates, and then the Hispanic graduation rates. We want to see those gaps closing as you are slowly, with the exception of GBC, where their Hispanic graduation rates exceeds their overall graduation rates. But we want to see those gaps closing so that there's equitable achievement by all students, particularly as we're tracking Hispanic students in this slide. I now am going to just give a brief highlight and some information for each of our institutions who are doing way beyond what I can say in this short presentation, but they have been very intentional in their work. CSN is proudly a majority minority serving institution. We have a 36% Hispanic enrollment, and we proudly received a Title V federal grant based on our HSI designation for $2.8 million to help guide students through Gateway Math. We also are trying to create welcoming environments with cultural programs and had started a mariachi program that is now first in the country. Great Basin College is an emerging HSI. They're at 23% Hispanic enrollment out of their 3,800 students. And they are actively engaged not only in the HSI task force at the Enchi level, but on their campuses as well, and have formed their own HSI task force at their campus. Nevada State College has received 2 Title V grants, federal monies coming to their institution and serving their students to increase the teacher education pipeline. They are now at 41% of their 4,500 students overall as a Hispanic enrollment. They are both an HSI and an APZ institution. Truckee Meadows is at 34% Hispanic enrollment as of fall 21, and they're making great strides in their Hispanic student achievement throughout. They're very active in their multicultural centers, as well as their task force that they have formed for their institution. UNLV also is an HSI and an APZ. They have probably held the designation of the Title III or MSI designation the longest in the state. They are at 30% Hispanic, but you can see their distribution among their other ethnicities for their student enrollment. And they've also earned several Title III MSI grants at their institution that has helped to bring federal money to their institution. UNR is considered an emerging HSI. They are at 23.5% Hispanic enrollment and only growing every year, as you can see in the chart. They are preparing themselves to become and fully ready to be an HSI and compete for those federal funds. And they have intentionally incorporated this goal in their strategic planning. And finally, Western Nevada College. Western Nevada College is an HSI, 26% Hispanic, and they have in the state been able to create a program that is a standard of excellence with their Latino Leadership Academy, yielding student success metrics exceeding institutions' average. All of this information is shared with the task force, and we learn from each other, and we can take those best practices back to our own institutions. But as our institutions' work is focused on these initiatives, and we're laser focused on student services and student success, there continues to be much more that needs to be done. This list of recommendations from our students is part of a collaborative work that began between Nevada State and CSN and funded by the Title V grants that we mutually hold. We held student focus groups and we learned from them of our Latinx students, and what we learned is that their experience is still resulting in their reflection that access to higher education is still a challenge. We need to do better to retain students of color once they are in our higher education institutions. They need to see clearer pathways to completion. There's need for retention, resources, and support. They often sometimes even report like almost a hostile college environment or experience, and the need for mentorship. So this presents the challenge and the opportunity for our institutions to do better by our students, and that is the work we engage in on a daily basis. So when reflecting within our group and our task force meetings, we have identified as goals for the 22-23 academic year to plan for the HSI MSI Symposium on a grand scale for the state. We held such a symposium in 2019 prior to the pandemic, and we are looking forward to offering this spring semester, where we can bring best practices, national speakers to one of our institutions and invite the state institutions and their students to participate. We want to move and improve student success partnerships and initiatives, continue growing those so that it's meaningful to our students we serve. We're looking at various national standards for a data accountability framework, such as Excellencia in Education. This allows our institutions to compare each other with our HSI work with very distinct metrics so that we can better compare the work and how we are meeting our goals, not only as a whole for Enchi, but also for the state. And we also want to increase and see our Enchi students participating in national leadership development and internship opportunities. So our MSI, HSI, Enchi institutions are providing the gateway to higher education for students with the highest need. It is essential and critical that their work continues to be supported and developed so that as a state, we may continue to reach our higher education and workforce goals with an intentional focus on equity in student success and eventual prosperity for our students as they pursue the high demand workforce programs. And at this point, Chair Dennis, I turn it over to you if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? So You obviously went over all the schools that have that now. So do we have any of our schools that don't currently have HSI designation?
Yes, so we have UNR and Great Basin College, who are considered emerging HSIs because they're somewhere between 20 and 25% Hispanic enrollment. So we're anticipating that they're going to be able to apply for designation in the next few years when they reach that. But those are the only two. And then we only have 3 of our institutions that are considered ANAPESI. And they are in the Southern Nevada, UNLV, CSN, Nevada State. Those are the ANAPESI, and they are the ones who are eligible to apply for Title III funding.
Great, thank you. Well, it seems like that we've come a long ways, because it seemed like just yesterday we didn't have any that were HSIs, and now we do, and we have these opportunities.
Yes, the work continues. That's what it really creates this opportunity, but I appreciate the acknowledgement of how far our institutions have come in a very short period of time.
Right. Thank you. Assemblyman Hansen and Carson, you have some questions.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you, Chair Coda, for the presentation. It was very insightful, and if I could, I have a question on slide 13. Well, actually, on slide 12, I was distressed to see the percentage of drop in enrollment, if I'm reading things correctly, down 42.4% in from 2019 due to the COVID ramifications, if I understood that right, correct? 37.7% of Nevada high school graduates in 2020 enrolled at Enchi institutions within a year of graduation. That was down almost 43%,
Yes.
Is that right? And
No, it's down.
go ahead.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Clarissa Coda, Vice President of CSN, for the record. It is down from 42% in 2019, meaning that it dropped approximately not quite 4% from the prior year. It was a 4% drop from the prior year of students who are enrolling in higher education within Nevada, a higher education institution.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm sorry thankfully, that's not what I interpreted. And then on slide 13, Nevada State College shows in the table there, they look like they had an increase all through COVID, if I'm looking at that correctly, where the other institutions, there was a decrease. I was just curious why they had the increase, if that was due to COVID, but the others had the decrease.
You know, I believe, President Pollard, if she were here, she would have a wonderful answer.
Don't forget to.
Yes, I'm sorry, excuse me. Clarissa Coda, Vice President of CSN. Yes, so this is something that we are going to be asking and sharing the information of what Nevada State College was doing throughout the COVID period of time to still continue to experience an increase in headcount for sure. So I don't have myself any specific answer to why, and I was starting to say that President Pollard, if she were here, I'm sure would point to several practices that they were engaging in there. So I'd be happy to get that reflection back to the committee to say specifically, was there something that they were intentionally doing? And we also want to learn from them at the task force level.
Thank you, and we'll look forward to that because, it would be interesting to note how they were able to do that growth during that time frame. So thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you for that question. And it's not just a little bit of a gain, it's quite a bit. So, Assemblyman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you for the presentation. That was enlightening for me anyway. I do have a question now. With the aspect of getting free community college to our students in Nevada, do you see an uptick that, or, have you talked about that? Bringing these numbers up with enrollment across the board, not only for Hispanic, but also Black, Indigenous, throughout our culture.
Yes, that's Clarissa Coda, Vice President for CSN, for the record. I think that's a excellent question that we are constantly pondering on, because it's not one single factor. It might be the promised scholarship that we have in place. We are tracking those numbers. It may be the participation of our students with the FAFSA or financial aid application. We're seeing those. And unfortunately, what we are noting over these last couple years is a lowered student engagement, whether it's applying for the promised scholarship, whether it is our Pell Grant recipient rates and the number of students filling out the FAFSA. And so, and I could point to other factors that we are seeing. And so what we are working with very intentionally is our early college outreach to our students, because we know that there is some level of disengagement that has happened and occurring coming up through the high school period of time, especially these last couple years. That's reflective in the drop of the pursuit of higher education from the high school graduates. So we absolutely are looking at enhancing that, bringing back our ability to reach these students, but reach them earlier on, which is really tied to also the conversation that you're having regarding dual enrollment. Because that early intervention, that early outreach, that early ability to have our students be not just college ready, but college proven, can assist in their readiness to then go through the necessary steps to get them to our higher education institutions once they graduate.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, any other questions? Not hearing any. Thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
So we'll close that item number, that was number 9, and we'll move to item number 10, an update on AB 319 from the 2021 session, and discussion of the pilot program at CSN offering dual credit opportunities for certain students. Is it Dan?
Yes.
Corsi, yeah. So Mr. Corsi is going to offer the presentation. Is it just you, or do you have somebody else?
It's just me.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, just me.
Whenever you're ready, just make sure you push the button and turn on the mic.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Is it on?
Or the light.
Is the light on?
About now. Yeah. The light's on now.
Okay, there you go.
Good afternoon, committee members and guests. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today on behalf of the College of Southern Nevada to present to you a status update on Assembly Bill 319. My name is Dan Corsi. I'm the Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs at CSN. And of course, just some history. This Assembly Bill was adopted last year, and I wanted to give credit to those individuals who sponsored the bill, as well as those entities there that are in support of it. The intent of the AB 319 Assembly Bill was to establish a dual credit pilot program as a collaboration between CSN and the Clark County School District here in Southern Nevada. Want to make a distinction here. As I'm learning, I'm fairly new to. I've been in Nevada for a year. and I've had experience in higher education across several different states here in the last 10 years or so in my career. And the definitions in the way that schools and systems define dual enrollment early college are a little different. So the purpose of AB 319 specifically was to put a college instructor in the high school setting, and the idea was to use an instructor in the high school who's a credentialable faculty member with those credentials from the college perspective. So just kind of set the stage there for what this pilot program was designed to do. Again, identifying and serving underserved populations, identifying low-income populations, and placing these programs in those high-need schools, giving students college readiness, particularly adding the math and English component, which puts them on track for future post-secondary education, and as well as giving students who are interested in pursuing career in high-demand industries. And so on the next slide, I'll show you what those were identified as. So the 5 pathways that were identified when this Assembly bill was first adopted was automotive technologies, which was offered in the first year of this pilot, a culinary, hospitality and tourism, which was also offered in the first year of the pilot, mechanical technology, also known as advanced manufacturing, was also identified, as well as graphic design. You'll note that of those 5 programs, 2 of them were offered in the first year. And when we're at this point, I'll just kind of share a few of the challenges that came through during this pilot, and largely based on the credentialability of the high school instructor. In order to provide college level credit in that setting, that instructor has to be credentialable. And so they go through the same process that any part-time or full-time faculty member would go through, and so they're held to that same standard. And so particularly in the areas of automotive tech and hospitality and tourism, we were able to locate those individuals. We have been in the process of and working with our local high schools to identify teachers in the high school currently working who are teaching in these CTE areas, who have the experience and who have the education and training and skills to be credentialable. So we're looking to add to that list in terms of what's being offered in this upcoming year. I did want to provide just some basic demographic information. This is for the entire high school. Kind of set the stage for why these schools were selected, which is part of it. And there's another component as well. But Spring Valley High School, obviously a majority Hispanic serving high school, as well as other minority populations. The Northwest Career and Technical Academy, you can see the breakdown there. Again, majority Hispanic serving school. And this is a career and technical academy focused on those CTE areas here in Clark County. Desert Pines High School, 75% Hispanic student population overall. And this was a breakdown, again, just another by high school, comparing the 3 across the board. This is specific to the pilot program. So this is the number of students and the breakdown of the students who were engaged in this AB 319 pilot program among those 2 different CTE paths. And you can see the breakdown there. In both this fall and the spring semester, 57% of the students were Hispanic, 13% white between the 2 semesters, and you can see the rest there. I want to call your attention to the success data that we generated there at the bottom of the first 2 boxes, and that is the pass-fail rate. So D's and above were considered passing, and then we pulled out the F's for failure, for course failure, and withdrawal for a withdrawal from the program. So a couple notes here. You can see that 87% success rate is very high. When you would compare these classes to other classes comparably. The withdrawal rate, so meaning the students who did not persist from one term to another, or they dropped out of those particular courses, is fairly small. This was an over 90% retention rate from the fall to the spring, which for someone who's been in higher ed for some time, that's a very high rate. I understand it's a very small population, but again, to maintain that high level of retention is, I think, speaks to the success in of the program itself. The bottom box there brings some attention to the financial part of this initiative. And you can see the breakdown between the fall and the spring terms as far as tuition waivers. So those amounts were covered by a philanthropic gift, as well as the books. So the textbooks and the tuition cost that would have been received by the institution, that was provided from a philanthropic gift, and that donor was to be, I don't know who it is, remain anonymous. It was an anonymous donor, but very generous, by the way, obviously. And then the last column is cost of instruction, and that was to pay the instructors a stipend for the number of sections taught for each instructor. Okay. So a couple of highlights to note: 94% student retention rate. As I said, that's a very, very high level of success when you look at retention from fall to spring. There's a projection to triple the number of students participating in this pilot for this academic year, so fall 2022 going into spring 2023. We have 5 additional Clark County School District high schools slated to also participate. That's where that tripling of the students is going to come into play. And they will be enrolled in the fall. So we're just about to that point where enrollment will hit here in early, mid-August. So we don't have the exact figures yet until students come back on campus, but that's our projection at this point. And again, I noted it earlier, but the student success rates were very high in terms of pass-fail rate for those particular courses when compared to their peers in other coursework. And that was the status update. Any questions from the committee?
All right. Do we have any questions? Yes. Senator Don Darloop.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Do you know which of the 5 high schools are going to be added, or have those not been determined?
Dan Corsai, Associate Vice President, Academic Affairs, CSN. At this point, we don't know exactly which 5. We have some, I guess not ready to publicly come out with that information. And there's a lot of discussion between my office and CCSD representation. Actually, the other young lady who was supposed to be here, Miss Leticia Wells, became ill this week, and she was not able to co-present. So she may have had a little bit more to offer there. She's our Director of Early College Programming, but we're still in talks with those schools.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious.
Yep.
Thank you very much, and thanks for taking one for the team.
Sure.
Other questions? Let me just double check. Okay, I'm not hearing that we have any other questions. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so we'll close out item number 10 on the agenda and move to our next item, second to last item on the agenda, public comment. So we will start here in Las Vegas. We don't have anybody coming forward to give public comment that I can tell. So we will go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to give public comment?
Chair, it does not appear so. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So BPS, is there anyone online to give public comment?
To participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Chair Dennis, good afternoon. Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. NSEA has consistently sounded the alarm about the dire educator shortage facing Nevada school districts heading into next school year. As reported this morning in the Nevada Independent, with back to school just over a week away from most Nevada students, we still have an unprecedented shortage of educators to teach our kids and make our schools run. This past year, we witnessed a spike in educator departures from the state or the profession with low worker morale. Meanwhile, hiring into these vacant positions has proven slow and difficult. NSEA has been tracking vacant positions across Nevada school districts that now total over 3,000. Most alarming, CCSD alone lists over 2,100 vacant positions, nearly as many as they listed a month ago. When kids go back to school a week from Monday, will there be a bus driver to pick them up or a teacher in their classroom? We know this issue is not limited to Clark County. Washoe currently lists nearly 500 vacancies, and there are nearly 300 vacancies across Douglas, Nye, and Elko. Nevada needs bold action to address this crisis. It's time to adequately fund public education in Nevada. It's time to respect and retain our experienced educators. It's time for 20. Time for 20 means a 20% increase in educator pay and at least $20 an hour for the workers who make our schools run. Time for 20 means reaching an average class size of 20 students. This is the right-sized response to our educator shortage, and we'll get educators the pay they need to make ends meet. One-time retention bonuses are a nice gesture, but as prices are climbing faster than at any point in the last 40 years, with CPI approaching 9%, Nevada needs to get serious about raises for educators that keep up with the long-term cost of living. Remember, even when inflation comes down, prices and the cost of living almost always continue to go up. As we all heard from the Economic Forum last month, state revenue is outperforming projections by 25% or close to $800 million. This news comes as our education system is hemorrhaging staff. Educators and our students need bold action, and Nevada has the resources to make a big impact right now. It's time for 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much. BPS, if we go to the next caller.
Good afternoon. This is Dora Martinez. First, I just want to say thank you so much, Chair, and this outstanding committee for listening to the people that testified. And I want to thank all of you guys. Because of AB 235, I think it was introduced by the awesome Brittany Miller, and the AB 260, my children were eligible for those. The AB 260, my son was in the National Guard. He got his tuition is paid for, especially the Millennium, and the dual program that they were talking about in junior when he was a junior, because now he's going to UNR for engineering. When he was a junior, he got the calculus, and they helped with the transportation. So I just want to thank you guys and everyone in this committee and all the people that presented. It does take a village. As a blind mom who lost her job in the 2020, I was in really dire need of help, and the school, bless their heart, all the academic advisors stepped up, gave me a modem for my son to finish his school and top 10% in his class. So it takes a village, and I just want to say thank you. And I appreciate all of you guys, and a big shout out to Coral Academy Schools in Reno, Nevada. They really, because of their tutelage, all my kids went there and they got successful education. And I really do agree with the persons who spoke before me. We really got to take care of our teachers, because they take care of our children, our future, when we are at home or work for the 6-7 hours. Also, please, some of the visually impaired students, they are left out of this, of the presentation that I was listening to. Yes, we got all the diversity, ethnicity in, but I didn't hear anything about students with IEP. Some students with visual impairment, the only thing that's missing is we're just blind. everything else work. And we need a teacher. They need a teacher who knows about accessible technology that will teach the blind student how to use the internet with their talking screen reader. So when they go to college, they know how to navigate the system, whether that's Canvas or the other thing that I can't think of it right now. But they really need help, and I hope there's some money set aside for assistive technology teachers for visually impaired students. Thank you, and happy Friday, and please drink lots of water. Take care.
Thank you very much. Important during when it's hot to drink lots of water. Yes, that's very important. Let's go to the next caller.
Chair, the line is open and working, but there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a reminder, let me make sure I didn't, let's see, just want to thank everybody for being here today and all our presenters. Today marks I think we might have one or two presentations at the next one, but as far as all the presentations that we've received, we've pretty much finished those up. And next time we meet, we will be, I think we'll have some quick presentations at the very beginning, and then we're going to spend the rest of the time doing work session, having discussions about what kind of legislation we want to support. So, and don't forget the dates. The next committee meeting is scheduled for August 9th. At 6 p.m., where we're going to talk about the school governance. And then our regular last regular meeting is scheduled for August 30th in Carson City. And it's currently scheduled to begin at 12 p.m. to give you time to be able to fly up that morning. And the flights are late enough that we can actually should be able to fly back that evening. So I don't know did I miss anything? Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone for being here, and be safe. As we were just told, make sure you drink plenty of water. Even though with the flood that we had yesterday, you still got to drink water when it's hot. And hopefully those of you that perhaps a little under the weather, that you might feel better also. So thank you for your time. We are adjourned.
Thank you.